almost 11 a.m. So it's what? Close to 7:30 p.m., I think, in Iran. Not much going on. If you watch Tusi, you see what's going on earlier today, local time, with the students, Tehran University. There is actually something going on elsewhere, and I'm going to get into it because the reports are not good. What's coming out? It seems like they're actually using lethal force again. Again. I'm going to get into that in a second. All right, let me just get these pop-outs done. Hope everybody's having a great weekend. I had a rough night, to say the least. And you can see that this is a live feed that comes in related to Iran here. And I was just putting that in the title. It just came up. And the description. Let me just get this pop out done. This way, I'm all set here. But other than a few things, it's actually quiet. And we'll get into a few things. But is there a possibility that there's a deal in the works? They're supposed to have their proposal in the next couple of days submitted to Steve Witkoff, who's negotiating along with Jared Kushner. I mean, many of us have heard about the 10 to 15 day deadline in quotes. This could all, remember, anything you see, hear, read, etc. is all part of it. You don't necessarily believe everything that you hear or see, read, see on social media posts, whatever, because that's on purpose. Just remember that. It's being put out there for a reason. Doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be what happens here, but they throw it out there. All right. So, it says here, U.S. softens on Iran enrichment. The U.S. has accepted Iran's demand to continue uranium enrichment, according to a diplomat cited by Iranian Students News Agency. Remember, take everything with a pile of salt. Technical limits such as where enrichment happens, at what level, and how many centrifuges Iran can use. We're going down the same path. It's like a revolving door. I mean, this is absolutely absurd. They can't be trusted on any possible. I've talked about this. I can show you the IAEA reports. Who's going to monitor them? Who's going to keep an eye on what they're doing throughout the whole country? Who? Been there, done that. Been there, done that. This is absurd. Trump, the discussions come as Donald Trump increases military pressure and considers possible strikes if no agreement is reached soon. Both sides say progress has been made, but no date is set for the next round because they got to submit their proposal. The United States has to look it over, and then who knows where it goes from there. Will there be another meeting? This is like a drawn-out process. It could take weeks. It could take whatever. I don't know if that's what is going to happen here. It's going to take weeks. But, and there's multiple. You know, this is just feeds coming in from Telegram, X, whatever. This is a feed. It is opinionated. Some of it is referring to actual reports from, say, Axios or... But that's out there. That's out there. And I'm going to actually see if there's a source. Now, this is not updated. This was updated yesterday. So you have to figure this has definitely moved closer into the Mediterranean Sea here. There are a lot of assets in place. If you were to go and look up how many aircraft are in Jordan alone, it's unbelievable how much has been moved there. So Bloomberg, 20 minutes ago, this is coming from Bloomberg. Iran says U.S. officials have accepted their red line of continuing to enrich uranium. And both sides are now seeking a fast deal. This is a major shift. If true, it means Trump's team, this is coming from the other side now, Trump's team backed off the full zero enrichment demand. Talk suddenly look alive again after dead end reports. See, this is out there. This is out there. Yeah, trust, you like Ulysses is saying in chat, there is no trust. Jude says no chance. I don't think you'll see a strike Friday. It's possible. Like, we could all sit here and be armchair quarterbacks and make predictions, and we know that deal. All I'm saying is, this is out there. Now, there's another thing that's out there that said he could do limited strikes. And if they respond, which they would, then they would go all out on them. Almost like a bait and trap situation. I don't know if that's necessarily a great idea. A limited strike. But limited is very generic. What does limited mean? 3? 30? 100? What is limited? So, exactly, they don't trust each other, Ulysses. They don't. I don't see, and like I said, they can put out the narrative, the Russians are putting out the narrative, saying, oh, they complied, they were transparent when it came to their nuclear program. That's lies. And the Russians are following in line with Iran, and Lavrov is putting it out there. Exactly. Limited could mean so many things, Candace. So many. What's up, Red Bull? So many. So many. So, again, when you see these things coming out in social media, because it's not on the news, it's the top of the hour. I want to do an experiment. It's the top of the hour. I guarantee all the news are talking about probably the Supreme Court yesterday. If I was to leave that on, I'm not even going to do it because it's a waste of time. How much time would they give to Iran? Probably, if anything, in an hour's time, 2 minutes on any of them. They're probably, because it's the top of the hour, I'm going to go to Fox. I just want to see what Fox. I guarantee money it's about the tariffs. Anybody would come to that conclusion from a logical point of view. There's just no doubt. You know it's going to be about the tariffs. Because that's the big thing here domestically. I'm going to play Fox now. You're not going to see it because I'll get hit. I got hit yesterday for a music video last night when I was hanging out. All right, Fox is on a commercial break. That's the top of the hour. It is 11 a.m. here. So, like I've been saying, anything you see, hear, read, take it with a big pile of salt. Like if we might have a snowstorm here in the next day or so. It's as big as their supply of salt for snow. We're talking a pile. You have to really take everything with a big time pile of salt. So we just got to see how this all plays. Did you see the time? I did not see that, Trude. But that's an interesting take. Now, I'll be honest, Druid. I'm not a big fan of polls. You know what I mean? I am not. So, but he's saying that Thomas Massey did a poll where more people voted in favor of a strike than against. So that's one example of that. I do want to show you a couple of clips while we wait. I'm curious to see what Fox does. So this was what, if you watched Tusi earlier, this is something that he played. I don't know if he played this, but what was going on.
Fox News Alert, Saturday in America, continuing to dig into the fraud allegations popping up across the country. Now, last week, we told you about the millions of dollars in public assistance fraud happening in Massachusetts, and we will have an update on that as a whistleblower is now speaking out. But let's start here in the state of Maine. And here's what we had. The Health and Human Services Inspector General revealed.
You see what they're talking about? Domestic, right off the bat, which is not surprising. It's domestic. It should be domestic. They usually do foreign policy related, like Iran, Ukraine, whatever. That comes up afterwards. Obviously, they're going to focus on domestic issues. Whatever news organization you tune into, of course it's going to be that. So that's to be expected. But I'm going to watch it while I'm muted. And I'm not going to put the volume on, but I'm going to keep an eye on it and just see. This is Fox News. Just see if they mention it even once in the next hour. Because I can monitor.
We might have another Minnesota on our hands. Health and Human Services investigators released a report.
So they're talking about domestic. I'm not surprised. Let me just show you a couple of other videos while I'm keeping an eye. And I'll put flight radar on for now. Again, this has to do with what was going on in Tehran.
چی شدش؟ چی شد؟ سنگ زدن؟ سنگ میزنن بیشرفا. ببینین دومیه که سنگ میزنن. این بود اعتراض مسالمت آمیز. این بود. ببینین مردم سنگ میزنن. دانشجوی شریف نخبه مملکت سنگ پرت میکنه. دستش بشکنه. چی شدش؟
So that is also what went on earlier today. Because remember, that's earlier today. Now, in another location, and I'm going to read to you. Now, this is alarming, what's coming in. And I'm going to read it to you right now. There's reports, and I'm not saying this is vetted. Well, the sound is the sound based on the video. If it's bad sound, it's not on my end. It's the video. This is allegedly what they're reporting. The IRGC is massacring the protesters in Abdanan. And here's a video coming from there. Now, they could easily be just shooting in the air to, scare people off. You have to take everything with a grain of salt when you hear things. That's what I'm saying. I don't see any evidence of a massacre. I see people dispersing. Now, we don't know exactly what's going on here. People are running. But, like anything here, like in the United States, they disperse the crowd. Now, I'm not saying they use live fire, but I don't see any evidence of that there. Let me see what you're saying, Sean. The guy in video was with IRGC. He praised IRGC and the crowd and got beat up for it. Then he posted a video not being peaceful after what happened in January. They don't get to complain about something not being peaceful. What's up, Cluster? Jude says, I think that's the city where they were going door to door. So, and this allegedly shows a teacher being detained. No audio. And I'm sure they, like you said, they're going door to door to round people up. Look. Put him right in the car. Look at that. That could be family members. You know, I'm making assumptions, but they just went in there, took him, and put him in the car. Hello, Muhammad. How are you? And Cluster and everybody else. So, you could tell who they are, the one that amassed. You could tell the family's trying to be there, but they're just taking him and sticking him in the car, being detained. There he goes. They're putting him in the vehicle, and off they go. So we hear about that, how they're going door to door and rounding up people. That was the arrest of one of the activists in Abdanan. I heard he was a teacher, though. That's the report, that he was a teacher. Now, obviously, yes, he was one of the protesters, activists, but I heard he was a teacher. I don't know if that's true. Again, I'm going based on what I'm seeing in reports. And like I said earlier, take everything with a big pile of salt. Sean says that's the literal IRGC secret police that dresses like everyday civilians. So they're being terrorized. Terrorized. Right now. Always terrorized. It is so sad. It really is. It is sad. The news coming out, there's a lack of news. Other than, like, if you watched Tusi this morning and, you know, the heartbreaking videos he was showing and what was going on at the university, it's quiet as another night approaches. But basically, things are quiet. The president's not posting anything on Truth Social. I'm not seeing much in the way of updated information other than what you've seen on Tusi or what's going on, the unrest in other areas. So the thing that gets me is, did the U.S. compromise on their uranium enrichment? I guess we'll have to see how this plays out. They may have, and again, I'm going based on what people are reporting, but the information could be fed to them on purpose to mislead them. I mean, the media can be used for those purposes. Do you think the president and the people that are really close in his circle, inner circle, is going to be one of those sources to go to Axios or the New York Times or any Bloomberg and reveal to them anything? The president would lose his shit. Leaks have to be prevented. So when I read these stories, I'm like, what official? Or a person close to the matter? Or a source? Who are they? They're not in that inner circle, most likely. That's why I doubt a lot of what I see. Period. So, like I said, who knows? Okay. I'm just checking because I thought I heard something coming in on Telegram. Even Telegram is quiet right now, and it's early. Like right now, it's what, 6 11 in Israel, 7:41 p.m. in Iran. It's early, but people are quiet. They're not putting up much. And there is actually some opinionated stuff that you could see people are getting angered by what they're hearing. Axios and AP report about the deal possible. And this person is a reporter in Israel. And this is what he's commenting on it. Is Trump looking for an exit ramp? 2 weeks ago, it was zero enrichment or else. Now the administration says token enrichment might be acceptable if Iran can prove it's harmless. How do you vet that? How do you monitor that? We've been down this path before. How is that acceptable? What, are you going to send Americans in to monitor? The IAEA? Who? Just think of that. It might be acceptable if Iran can prove it's harmless. How do you do that? Explain to me the process that Iran can prove that it's harmless. I'd like to know. Somebody please tell me how that possibly could be done. And then the comment is, this is a significant shift. Trump has the biggest military buildup since Iraq 2003, parked off Iran's coast, and he's using it to negotiate, not attack. One advisor, here we go with this, one advisor, says Trump might wake up tomorrow and say, that's it, and never strike at all. Another says Trump knows what he'll do. Maybe he doesn't either. So there's so much mixed signals going on. It's hard to keep track of everything. And that could be on purpose. The Maduro raid took everyone by complete surprise. This is exactly the opposite. Maximum visibility, maximum pressure, maximum time for Tehran to fold. Either the buildup was always the negotiation, or Trump is still deciding which door to walk through. As far as his next move. So there's a lot of that out there. But we all have that. We all are like, is he going to actually make a move? A kinetic strike? Or are they really going to try to negotiate and come up with some agreement? And what does Israel then do? Because this has nothing to do with the ballistic program. This has nothing to do with proxy support. This has nothing to do with the people of Iran, those that are detained, that they must release all of them, which you know they're not going to do. And I don't know, I just don't see this. Muhammad said, Teeth says, I feel in the air something is close, but a lot of people are sensing that as well. I'm one of them. I think something is about to go down. But then you hear about this. But remember, the president can still do something and say, you better make this deal. He could do a limited strike. I don't know what a limited strike would look like. And then say, look, if you don't make a deal, then we're going all in on you. This is a warning. But they're not going to just take it. They're going to respond. And maybe that's part of the strategy. I don't know. Iran issued a NOTAM for 6 areas, main borders and north sites. There is a lot of uprising again. You're right. And I mean, how much time now, because the carrier's got to be close now. It's got to be getting closer. The carrier's got to be getting closer now. Is it going to be tomorrow that it gets into the position? Monday? Is it next week? To give Iran time to make their proposal, then we look at it again. And is this true? That there's some kind of compromise going on with their enrichment I don't know. The only way I would believe any of this is if I see it from the president speaking on it, or he posts something on it, or Rubio does, but they're not going to step ahead of the president. Until something official comes out, I can't trust anything. Nothing. So that's where we're at. It's really not, it's actually very quiet. Other than what we've seen, if you watch to see what's going on, there's really not much going on. It's actually really quiet. And I've been scouring all morning. And I was debating if I should even come on, because it's that quiet. Now, it's early here, but it's not early overseas. And it's all over the place. They're all referring to the Bloomberg article. This is like literally in the past hour. Iran says U.S. officials have accepted in caps the red line of continuing enriching uranium, and both sides are seeking a fast deal per Bloomberg. Per Bloomberg. Who is the source for Bloomberg? It's bizarre. And then the Qataris are saying, Qatar warns the U.S. military that U.S. military action against Tehran could affect 5 trillion U.S. Arab investment deals in the U.S. or Europe. So they're throwing the money figure because that's going to catch the president's attention. 5 trillion. 5 trillion? So they're throwing that out there to try to pressure the president to say, this is going to cost you. It's going to cost us, a lot. Trillions. You still want to do it? That's another angle that they're using to apply pressure to the president not to do any military action. They think that can get into his head and say, oh man, the one thing he always is concerned about is money, investment, economy. Well, we can use that. And it seems like they are. They're using that card. And you know that he's getting all kinds of information from so many different places. Ultimately, his decision. But that's another thing that's out there. U.S. has deployed more than 60 fighter jets to its air base in Jordan, including F-35s, F-22s, and F-15s, and 67 transport planes have also landed there. Jordan could serve as an important staging base for strike on Iran. We know that. That's not new. Is it true the U.S. is evacuating their bases in Qatar? Actually, the New York Times had to retract that. Exactly. The New York Times had to back off that. They had to retract that. Because it's not true. They are not evacuating all personnel. Non-essential, yes. No. The Times had to retract that. Now, Jude is saying, it depends if the carrier is staying in the Mediterranean or going to... There's no way, absolutely zero chance that second carrier is going to the Arabian Sea. That would be stupid strategically. Why would you have 2 carriers there? That carrier is going to serve a purpose to help defend Israel. And it can be used for offensive as well. But that carrier that's going to be in the Mediterranean Sea, the Ford, is there to help shield Israel. And it can, like I said, it can be used for offensive purposes too. But that, to me, is why you have that carrier in close proximity to Israel to help shield it, which they have the capacity to do. That's a strategic move. That makes more sense. Excuse me. So, no, I don't see them moving it to the Arabian Sea or Gulf of Oman. No. do the Red Sea. No. But that's my opinion. I think it would be stupid if they did. Jude. It doesn't make sense to me. But, we don't know. I don't know. And it's all over the place. It's breaking all over with this thing about possible nuclear enrichment deal. If it leaves no path to a bomb. How do you confirm that? And how many times do I have to put this on the screen to remind people? When you hear Iran lie, straight, blatantly lie, oh, we've complied, we've done everything the IAEA asked of us, we were transparent. Bullshit. It's a lie. It's a freaking blatant lie. I mean, I can't be more clear than that. I'm going to see if I can... this may not open properly. We'll see. Oh, maybe it will. If you go to the summary, and I know it's hard to see. Actually, I'm going to open it up with something else because this is hard for you guys to see. Oh, my subscription. I got to renew my shit for... I have to do my Adobe. But I'll open it up a different way. That's good to know, though. All right. Let's see if it opens this way. It should. Yeah, it will. So, right before the 12th day, right before Midnight Hammer, okay, they put out this report. They put out this report, and I feel I have to put this on to remind people how they cannot be trusted. They cannot be trusted. How do you go into a deal with them when you can't trust them? Oh, wait a minute. Fox. Shit. Here we go.
Option. What's it about?
Ooh, that one is my modern interpretation of Have Gun Will Travel, which was a 1950s, 1960s Western, and really the stranger comes to town narrative, like the High Plains
Fox
drifter,
News.
Pale Rider, but in a modern context. So I'm super excited to get that one out there. It's coming in May 12th, coming in hot.
Well, I can tell you my husband will be listening to it in his truck on the drive to one of his long hunting trips. So, Jack Carr, thanks so much.
Thank you. Take care.
All right. Well, next up, Nick Shirley, the independent...
Oh my God, they must have gave it a few seconds. I don't know if I can rewind the live stream on Fox. But briefly, they touched on it. But I don't know if I'll be able to go back. Because it's a live stream. It's a little different on the Fox website. It doesn't allow me to go back. But they did just now briefly bring it up. Anyway, let me get rid of that right now. So, getting back to this. This is very important. This is very important for people to see. How the IAEA and the non-proliferation treaty agreements, they have not abided by that either. Both. And look at the date. May 31st, 2025, right before the 12th day, right before Midnight Hammer. They knew the United States, Israel, everybody knew about this report. Iran has violated in so many ways. So how do you trust them? How in the heck do you trust them? And this has to do, excuse me, this right here is actually the non-proliferation part. See, NPT? There are 4 sites in the past. This has been going on for decades. This is not about the sites we hit, Fordow. No, this has nothing even to do with those. This has to do with other sites that we have no idea what the hell happened to the stuff. Yeah, I'll put the volume up. We have no idea where this stuff went. The equipment, what they were doing. None. 4 locations. 4 locations. Yeah, see, comprehensive evaluation of the 4 locations. Here's one. This goes back to June 20, 2004. Alleged nuclear-related activities and the possibility of a concealment effort through the demolition of the building at the locations. They tried to get rid of the evidence. And then they moved the stuff. We don't even know what the hell happened here. This goes back decades. And remember, people say, whoa, Netanyahu said they were working on a bomb 20 years ago. Because he saw this. And no idea what happened to the material or the equipment. They won't reveal it. They're blocking it. They won't reveal anything that happened at these 4 locations. And this is decades ago. Iran had stated that no nuclear material declarable in accordance with the agency's safeguards was present and that no nuclear material, nuclear activities related to fuel cycle were carried out at this location. More recently, in 2019, the agency had indications of a possible presence in Iran of natural uranium in the form of a metal disc and of it having undergone drilling and possessing it at an unidentified location in Iran in 2003, which may not have been included in Iran's declarations. Subsequently, through continued analysis of all available safeguard-related relevant information, the agency identified the location as Lavisan Shan, however you pronounce it. In July 2019, the agency asked Iran a number of questions pursuant to the NPT safeguards and agreement related to this possible undeclared nuclear material and nuclear-related activities. No response was received from Iran. In January 2022, the agency provided Iran with an assessment of the issues related to it. So, I don't want to get into this whole report. Things were processed and used in the production of explosively driven neutron sources. So they're saying that these EDNS use small quantities of natural depleted uranium and are designed to initiate a nuclear device by producing neutrons in response to the imploding shock wave. The agency's evaluation indicates that the EDNS produced at this location were small-scale and designed for testing and were integrated into scaled implosion systems and explosively tested on at least 2 occasions. But we know nothing about the material. We know nothing about anything at 4 locations. Oh, they're transparent. They've been transparent, compliant. No, they have not. And this is just the MPT. This is just the MPT. Because there's more. There's 4 locations. And they know nothing about what happened here. Nothing. Those are the 4 locations. Nothing. I know there's a nor'easter coming my way. Oh, God. We're going to get it. Yeah, we're going to get like 8 inches. Don't remind me. But that's that. Now let's get more into the more recent. It's alarming. It's alarming. And we're supposed to trust? How the heck are you trusting them to do it? I don't know who's putting this out there, or it ain't going to work. It's not going to work based on the past. Okay, let's look at the summary. Look at the summary. This is, again, May 31st. The agency's JCPOA-related verification and monitoring has been seriously affected by the cessation of implementation by Iran of its nuclear-related commitments under the JCPOA. The situation has been exacerbated by Iran's subsequent decision to have all of the agency's JCPOA-related surveillance and monitor equipment removed. Oh, they're transparent. They are. Oh, yeah. They're complying. Oh, really? The agency has lost continuity of knowledge in relation to the production of and current inventory of centrifuges. They have no idea. Rotors and bellows, heavy water, and UOC, which it will not be able to restore as a result of not having been able to perform JCPOA-related verification and monitoring activities for more than 4 years. More than 4 years! 4 years. This is beyond. So they've been compliant, they've been transparent, and we're supposed to believe that? Iran's decision to remove all of the agency's equipment previously installed in Iran for JCPO-related surveillance and monitoring activities has also had detrimental implications for the agency's ability to provide assurance of the peaceful nature of Iran's nuclear program. Oh, but we're making a deal with them right now for some peaceful enrichment. We're going down the same path, and they're saying we can't even verify that. And yet we're going to compromise with them? Does that make any sense? Does that make any practical sense? Oh, we're going to allow them to enrich uranium at a low level. But look what the report says. Oh, so we're going to change that? Who's going in to monitor it? Who? Everywhere in the country? I mean, it says it here. It's so clear. Iran's decision to remove all of the agency equipment previously installed in Iran with the related surveillance and monitoring activities has also been detrimental implications. Somebody's here. My dog's going crazy. Somebody's in front of the house. For the agency's ability to provide assurance of the peaceful nature of Iran's nuclear program. Unless they're going to all of a sudden allow all this to go back in, then we're going to go down this road again and delay, push it, just keep pushing it. Are we going down this, are we going to go in circles? It has also been more than 4 years. Remember, this came out right before the 12-day and midnight hammer. Literally weeks before. It has also been more than 4 years since Iran stopped provisionally applying its additional protocol. Therefore, throughout this period, Iran has not provided updated declarations and the agency has not been able to conduct complementary access to any sites and other locations in Iran. You got to wonder what the other locations are. Undisclosed? Undetermined? Unknown? What? Excuse me. I think I'm getting sick. The significantly increased production and accumulation of highly enriched uranium by Iran, the only non-nuclear weapon state to produce such nuclear material, is of serious concern. And then they say that the Director General will continue to report as appropriate. There's nothing going on now because they can't even get access. So we're supposed to buy into a deal with them? Look at their track record on both NPT, non-proliferation, and for having people. And that doesn't even include, if I scroll up, they threw people out, inspectors. It goes into detail. This goes into detail. I'm just getting the summary. I mean, and you can see the dates. There is no way they can be trusted. In my opinion, there is absolutely no way. There's no way. You have to look at the reports. It is bad. From May 8, 2019 onwards, however, Iran stopped implementing its nuclear-related commitments under JCPOA on a step-by-step basis until February 23, 2021. It stopped implementing them altogether. That's why they say the last 4 years, including the additional protocol. As a result, Iran no longer allows the agency to conduct the following verification and monitoring activities in relation to the JCPOA. Monitor, verify Iran's production and stocks of heavy water. Verify the use of shielded cells at 2 locations, referred to in the decision of the Joint Commission, blah, 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 blah. And it goes into detail. I mean, it is not good. So all this stuff you hear, read, see, especially coming from the Iranian side, the regime side. I mean, give me a freaking break. Give me a break. They say it with a straight face. And the Russians, Lavrov, yeah, we agree with the Iranians. They've been compliant, and no, they haven't. Of course they're gonna follow the same narrative. Of course they are. So what do you all think? If a deal was going to happen, then Trump wouldn't be so tight-lipped. He is very tight-lipped, and that can be an indicator in itself. You can read into that. There's a rally of Iranians in Embassy Street in Washington, D.C. today. We all hope that the people in Iran, and for everyone in the region, and of course, I definitely agree with that. Iran International reported that the U.S. base off of its military capabilities in the Middle East has the power of around 35 days of campaign as of February 21st. Speculation. How come the delay is necessary? Well, again, based on what you want to take, whatever value of an alleged proposal or an agreement that we're going to allow them to enrich at a low level, if they can be monitored and prove that it's not. I mean, this is, again, we're going down the same path. We're just going down the same path. It's just like a revolving door. That's why I'm not buying too much into that. And again, this has nothing to do with them ballistic missiles, their missile program. This is just nuclear. What about the missiles? Do you honestly think Israel's going to stand idly by and allow this to continue? Do you? Israel, I mean, everybody's quiet, if you notice. Netanyahu's quiet. So there's something probably going on here, even though all this talk is out there. Until the president takes the lead on this and makes certain announcements based on this negotiation, it still has nothing to do with the ballistic. Still has nothing to do with the proxy. And it definitely doesn't look like it has anything to do with the people of Iran. Really. So that's why I'm not buying into it. I think something is going to go down. I think a lot of that is put out there on purpose. We're on DOCON 4. Yeah, do not buy into that Starmer not allowing United States to use bases. Don't buy into that. Because they will use those bases. You can bet on that. Don't feed into that narrative. If we're going to use those bases. And I'm not even joking. The president would say, you know what, if we don't use these bases, because they're leasing it out, they already agreed, and it's China linked, by the way. No, we're going to take the island. You're not even have the ability to lease it out, whatever. We're going to just take that island, Starmer, and then what are you going to do? I see the president coming out with privately maybe with some kind of posture like that. What do you mean you're leasing it out? What is wrong with you? Maybe you need to go. Could you imagine President making a statement? And a lot of people in UK want him out. I think it's time for Starmer to resign. I could hear the president. He's weak and he's corrupted. Exactly. How can he stop Trump? That's what I'm saying. So, I mean, if you look at it from a practical sense, what is he going to do? He's going to go to war with the United States over Diego Garcia. He'll bend. He'll bow. Look at his position. He's coming from an absolute position of weakness right now, Starmer. Internally, what's going on in the country of UK with him? He's in no position. And trust me, I can see the president coming out publicly and making it, because he does it here. I don't see why he wouldn't do it over there. Starmer needs to go. The people of Britain, the UK, they need to do something about his corruption, his weakness, what's going on internally. He'll make life hell for him. You can bet on that. He will make Starmer's a life of hell. And yes, teeth of God. You see, and we had a good conversation about this. And people bring up the word appease. What it is, he's appeasing, but he's also scared. He fears what could happen in the UK from an extremist point of view. Just like Macron in France. They fear it. And I'm not talking about a small fear. They are deathly afraid. When Frankie was on Discord and she's telling me that people in UK can't even say Happy Christmas, like it offends people, or hang their flag because it could offend people. Are you nuts? That is insane. That alone makes me like, this can't be possible. What the hell is going on in the UK? And yeah, we have pockets here in the United States that similar things going on. At least they're trying. That is crazy. What the hell is going on in the UK? And I don't live there, but I hear the stories come from people that are there. How could you? I mean, that is your country. How can you do that? Appease to a populace. And this is your country. Are you serious? The UK has arrested far more than any other country for online comments? Freedom of speech is in trouble. We don't have our leader feeding into it. Yeah, I seen the C5s and the C. I was watching it earlier. There were two. One was leaving, one was coming in the Mediterranean. I was watching it. But we've been watching that traffic, military traffic, for weeks. It is at the point where it's go time soon. Where is the carrier right now? It's got to be at least south of Italy. At least, I would assume. If not closer, I would think. I would think it went in through here like over 24 hours ago through the Strait. I would think by now it would be somewhere here. At least. It must have, because it was sighted over a day ago now. Local time. Local. Through here. So if you do the math, how many kilometers or miles it is from here, but there is a lot of traffic here. It's not like they can go full speed. There's a lot of traffic in there. Gotta take that into consideration. How long you can maneuver through here to get here somewhere. But I think it could be somewhere here by now. That would be pushing it even. It could be. And sometimes you can get an idea because people say, oh, they don't close the airspace around carriers. Oh, yes, they can. Under certain conditions, they can close their airspace if they're in a combat situation, combat ready. Go look it up. People saying, oh, they can't close the airspace around a carrier. Oh, yes, they can. Especially if they got planes in the air. Oh, yes, they can. So I'm not going to sit here and predict tonight, next week. Who knows? Because there's so much mixed signals out there. I don't think any of us, only the president and his inner circle, and maybe Netanyahu, because the Arab countries are not going to be informed. because you can't trust them, because they'll communicate with Iran. You're not going to tip your hand to them. I would say Israel will know, Jordan will know, and of course the UK and other allies that are in the region. But as far as telling the Saudis or the Qataris or no, you're not Turkey, no, you're not telling anything to any of them, because they play the other hand. I would not trust them. You have to keep this as close as you can in a circle with the least amount of people that it's a need to know basis. You're not gonna, I would never let them know. I wouldn't. Screw that. I would definitely let Jordan know, Israel know, the UK, Italy, the other partners, the Germans, because they're all in this too. In a supportive logistical perspective, they're not going to be the ones doing any direct attacks or strikes. They're there for support, defense, and logistical support. But I'm not trusting any of the Arab countries and telling them a thing. Absolutely not. That's just, again, I'm just speaking from my personal opinion. So Saturday Night Fever is not going to happen. How do we know that? We don't know that. We just don't. See, I sometimes, because in Venezuela, when the carrier was there off of Caracas to the north, believe it or not, it was easier. You can actually see the bubble where the civilian traffic was curving around and avoiding a certain area because that's where the carrier was. In this case, it is not so easy. Not so easy. I mean, I'm thinking maybe here, but I'm just guessing. I'm assuming. I have no evidence. But, and if you look at marine traffic, oh my God, in that area, it's crazy. I mean, there's so, and I have the filters on. Let's just see, because I got a lot of the stuff off. Special, what was that? Oh, that's tugboat. I mean, I don't think we're going to see anything. And it would be moving in that direction. There's Malta. So even here, but if I put the filters on and you see the amount of traffic going on in here, that's going to slow down the movement of the carrier. It's got to navigate through that. I mean, look at all that traffic in there. That tankers, recreation, you name it, is in there. Look at that. So it's not like open ocean. You got to navigate through that. It takes time. There's a lot of traffic out there. So when people say, oh, it's moving at full speed, not so fast. When you got to consider that. Not so fast. It's moving. But due to that amount of traffic, not so fast. Now, this is so tight. This is tight. It starts to loosen up a little bit in here. So, yeah, there's a lot going on there. And I don't think anything is couldn't go moving through there anytime like fast. There's no way. Even when it was moving, when it was where you could monitor the Lincoln and you could see the movement of it until they turned it off. You could see how slow it was going through. And it was the strait over here because I was monitoring it. All right, India. Right through here. You had to see the traffic. Now this is, I'm not using marine traffic. I'm going to take this filter off for a second. It took time for it to go through here because of all the marine traffic. It took time to get it through here, to make that turn and head west. But it got log jammed in here because of all the marine traffic. It slowed it down. This is narrow, much more narrow, but you get the idea. So timing, where is the carrier? I think it might be another day, maybe even two. I'm not sure. Some people say they think it's already there. I don't know. I mean, we're all guessing. See, they are still sending stuff in, sending stuff out. There's a galaxy. There's another galaxy leaving the area. And look where it left from. Bahrain, Qatar. So, and then we got more coming in. Now, I don't know if that's going to go to Qatar or it's going to end up in Saudi Arabia, which I'm guessing it is. Because the base is somewhere in here. And that's exactly where it looks like it's going. To Saudi Arabia. So they're still bringing in equipment. Heavy. It's not like they're backing down. They're reinforcing. And look at the planes in the air. Italy. You can see who's assisting. Definitely the UK. UK. That's a tanker probably. Voyager. Yeah. You can see who the players are. So it's like not so fast. Not so fast. Oh, they got their drone out. Yeah, they got their drone out. And it looks like it went mighty close to the carrier. The carrier might have backed down a little bit to the south. But look where it went. That's kind of close. I'm surprised that one even survived, to be honest. They allowed that one to stay in the air. Really. Because they tried to get close. So you got to assume the carrier's down here somewhere. And they went as far as they could test it without getting it shot down. So the carrier could be anywhere. It's not going to be too close to Yemen. So the carrier could be somewhere here, if I'm guessing. Because they're not going to get that close. Because it'll get shot down. I'm assuming. Let's see what you guys are saying in chat. Could be in the Eastern Mediterranean near Crete or Cyprus. Remember, Vincenzo, yes, but think of the marine traffic. You have to also consider marine traffic. Theoretically, yes, it could be near Cyprus or if it was going at that speed. There's a lot of marine traffic in there. And you're talking about the largest supercarrier in the world. You think it's just going to go full speed and navigate through boats? Ships, cargo vessels? It's not like they're going to be sitting there and moving fast with the threat of all these other vessels around them to navigate. Total safety concern. And notice how the Indian leaders are staying quiet. Having traveled the Med regularly on cruise ships, the carrier could be near Cyprus. Okay, that's the drone just went off. So if that's the case, then we really have to monitor what's going on the next few days. I don't know if anything's going to happen before the State of the Union. The heck with the Olympics. The State of the Union is Tuesday, when the president addresses the nation and Congress. Really Congress, but it's also for the American people. Do I see him doing something before then? I don't know. Will he wait till after the State of the Union? Will he wait till next week? Will he give it a Friday deadline for Iran to see if they come through with their proposal and the United States is negotiating with them and accepts that they should resume talks for a future meeting? That's what I'm saying. That's where we're at. Too many questions right now. So then why are both countries for months now having to have defenses? Why do they need all this just for Iran? I don't get what you're trying to say. You don't think they're going to put all these countermeasures in the event that Iran launches missiles at our bases and in the region, Israel? A lot of the offensive capability is there already. A lot of what you've been seeing in the movement logistically of equipment is for defense. THAAD missiles, Patriots. That's what they're doing. Because Iran is not just threatening Israel, and they're threatening the region. There are a lot of U.S. military bases there in all these different countries. And they have to protect those bases. And there's a lot involved here. It takes months. This usually takes months to get set up and organized. It's actually incredible what they've done in say a month or 3 weeks. It is absolutely unbelievable what they've been doing, getting things in place in this area. It's the amount of C-17, Super Galaxies, tankers, aircraft. I mean, it is unbelievable the amount that's coming in here. What are you seeing now? The carrier is around Tunis and Italy. See, that's what I'm thinking. Hunter, that's exactly what I'm thinking. It could be south of Italy right now. That makes more sense to me, but you never know. You never know. That's the thing. If we strike before State of the Union, Trump will have to talk about it. Does he really want to wait till after the address so he doesn't have to talk about it? It's a good point. That's why I raised it up. That's a valid point. Iran may not be the strongest, but you don't want to take any chances. See the 12-day war when a few missiles going through to Israel. But the same way, they used quite a bit. Iran's airspace was completely vulnerable. Israel had air superiority within hours. I mean, they can't even get a plane up in the air. And when they do, it malfunctions and crashes. They don't have an air force worthy. That air force, if they put planes in the air, that's suicide. They're no match. They are absolutely no match to a 35 or even an F-15. No match. You're talking about a Vietnam era plane. Now, could they have maybe more capacity? Maybe. They have no chance. So, yes, you have to worry about the threat of their missiles. But beyond their missiles, because that's where they put all their chips in missiles, they have no air defense. They have no defense in that country. They will be targeted at will at so many locations. And yes, you have to take their missiles as a major serious concern. But at the same time, they are completely exposed internally in the country. At least Israel has the capacity to defend. And yes, you have to consider just the law of averages. Some are going to get through. Is the system perfect? No. Is any system perfect? Tell me which one is. But as far as Iran, they don't have any defense at all. They are completely exposed. Completely. So yeah, they can get their missiles off, but they know they better get off as many as they can, when they can, because after that, they're obliterated. They have no air defenses. None. Zero. What do you think? They're going to put planes up in the air? You think their tracer fire is going to reach altitudes to get to these planes that can target from hundreds of miles away and hit targets with precision? They have no chance in hell. They will get decimated. And that's why I'm concerned about a first strike, because that gives them the ability to launch everything at once. But they know they're about to get smacked. Do you honestly think Iran has a defense against what's coming at them right now? No way. They will be in chaos. Chaos. They won't even know what the hell's going on. It's going to be happening all over the place. It'll be chaotic for them. But you have to consider the missile threat to our bases, to our personnel, and Israel, and even Jordan. Yes, that is a legitimate, definite legitimate concern. So, even if they had air defense, how many minutes would it last? Yeah, exactly, Jerry. Exactly. And we have the capability to make them go like, eh. It ain't gonna last long. And they know this. I think even USA can't attack. What? Can't attack F-35s? What? I don't get that question. Iran has Russian missile interceptors. Well, they had them during, if people have short memories, that's nothing new, KJ. The Russians were giving them interceptors and equipment before the 12-day. They had received stuff from Russia before the 12-day. How'd that go for them? Didn't go well. Go look it up. Go do your research. Russia did send defensive systems before the 12-day. How did that go? How's it going with them in Ukraine? You think that's impressive? Oh, the Russians sent this. I'm more worried about what the Chinese are sending them. I have to grab something. I gotta check out what's going on here. My dog is acting a little crazy, so that means something might be going on outside. I gotta check. When he starts running around, there could be somebody outside. We must check that. Go into the light. I don't see anything. I'm not seeing anything. He might have picked up the scent of an animal. He's going crazy in the house. He's running around like a lunatic. Anyway, he kind of lets me know when things are going on. You know how the dogs can do that. They can sense it. Anyway, where were we? Now he's here. Excuse me. It's going to be overwhelming. Russian systems are no chance for F-35 and F-22. I don't see it as a threat, to be honest. Was there a general agreement between China and Russia to not sell to Iran from specific generation onwards because of lack of intelligence? Yeah, he's into the light, right? Well, over here it's little after noon Eastern. In the afternoon. Shall we talk, Bill, a little about how the probable attack might take place? With which aircraft, how? We would be guessing and making assumptions. It's not like, the strategic military aspect. My concern, if I were, I'm taking out their naval assets, anything that threatens our Navy. I'm taking that shit out immediately. I am going deep with a lot of force right in here. I'm gonna wipe them out. Wipe out their fast boats. And yes, they have those little mini fast subs. Well, I'm cutting that off here. They ain't getting out. They're not getting out. I'm going to take out any missile drones systems they have here, because they're going to be launching unholy hell, not just to the countries, but they're going to try to take out our Navy. They would love to. They would love to. I am overwhelming them with force here that they won't know what the fuck is going on. But the problem is, think how congested that is with marine traffic to target. If you thought other areas, just think amount of traffic that goes through there. The ships, even moored or docked. That is difficult. But a lot of it, because they're going to mix in. They're going to mix in. It's not like they're just going to stay on their territorial. They're going to mix in to make it really difficult. They're going to put others at risk. They're not going to care. Their goal is to close the strait. They're not going to care. So I would be watching and monitoring, especially at night, the intelligence to see how much stuff they have at sea, how much they have at port, especially here. I'm nailing them before they can even blink. I'm nailing them, and I'm hitting them really hard. I'm taking out that makeshift cargo ship drone carrier thing. I'm hitting them hard. Oh, we're in these islands. Oh, I'm taking everything out. That's just me, though. That is mine. With the Lincoln and other assets from the West, you have that capability as well. So a lot of these planes that they're going to be concentrating on taking that shit out, because that is it's also a direct threat to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, UAE. It goes on. So it's going to be twofold. But you definitely want to, because another thing too is you actually want to prevent them from actually closing that strait. If I saw any hints that they were laying mines right now, or doing anything that's indicating to me that they're going to try to close the strait, I'm hitting them. I'm not even giving them the chance. I'm hitting them. I'm not even letting them have the opportunity to even attempt that. I'm going after them. That's just me, though. Go to the light, Caroline. Chris says, check Discord chat. I posted where the last spot the photos. Yes. Yes, Jeever. 30%. So, like I said, right now, it's pretty much anyone can guess, speculate. The ultimate mission, he's been mum, and that's for a reason. He's not going to tip anything that he's going to do, which is the right thing to do. We're really at the point where we have to go minute by minute, hour by hour, day to day to see how this all plays out. It literally is at that point. Speculation, I actually get tired of me speculating about what's going to happen or go on or what's not going to happen. I'm actually to that point too. You could speculate all day long, all night long. But until we have any indicators, then it might be different. Okay, Huckabee. I'm just checking. And I hate when they put it like this. This was just put out 2 minutes ago. I don't like when they do this. It drives me nuts. Western source. Iran has concluded that the only way to stop this cycle of war is to cause losses and inflict significant damage on the U.S. and Israel, even if it comes at a very high cost to itself. My God. Western source. Who is the Western source? Please tell me who the Western source is. That was yesterday. Oh, that was this morning. This is, again, from the media arm of the regime. During the talks in Geneva, Omani mediators delivered an envelope from the U.S. delegation regarding Iran's ballistic missile program. but Iran's foreign minister refused to open it. That's coming from Reuters. But the propaganda arm reposted it. So they're not even talking about missile programs or proxies. It's only this nuclear shit. That ain't going to fly with Israel. It's just not going to. And they're actually showing old videos of the carrier moving through the strait. The Times of Israel, an hour ago, put a report out. Iran's IRGC is currently running Hezbollah. No shit. Preparing it for war with Israel and the United States. I mean, really? Is that new? Is that news? Is that supposed to be news? You know what I mean? I mean, really? That's news. All right, let's see. Who put that in there? Stormtrooper. I showed that video clip, if that's what you're saying. I showed that yesterday. And that was when it entered the strait. It's not there anymore. And Hungary, you can speak. Nobody's going to silence you. You can speak. Don't hold. Everybody has a right to their opinion. Today is Saturday. Did he say Saturday? I never heard anyone say Saturday. That's speculation. They're not going to announce, you know what I mean? They're not going to say, Saturday's the day when we hit Iran. You ain't going to hear that from any credible sourcing. It's going to be Saturday. It's going to be tomorrow night. It's going to be next weekend. You know what I mean? From just a common sense. Yeah, we already covered he covered that. I showed one video regarding the university students. Yeah. Look, the president knows, the military is informing him, Mr. President, we're just waiting for your call on this. We are on standby. If and when you are ready, we are ready to go. Green light, whatever. They're waiting. Now, they may be advising him, Mr. President, it might be wise to wait for the other carrier to get into position before you make that determination, if you make that determination. Only he, Hegseth, Rubio, maybe a few others. Very close circle. It's a very close circle. They're the ones that are discussing it. And, between them, maybe Witkoff, I don't even know if he would have Witkoff in that conversation, or I don't even know, Jared Kushner. He's going to have those people, those core people that need to know only, because he's going to prevent any kind of leaks. So when you hear these sources say, U.S. sources say this, who are these U.S. sources? They're not on the inner circle. They're not on the inner circle. The inner circle's not going to do that. And they could put somebody to go to the media to put something out for them to create that. But it's definitely... Oh, now they're reporting about the same thing I just said. Western source again. Oh my God. It's annoying. Now they're repeating it, the Western source. I already showed that video. What's happening in Abdanan, Ilan province. You could see it. I showed that video earlier. They're just showing it now. They're spreading it all over now like it's new. It's new. Reuters report. During indirect talks, it was reported that Omani mediators delivered an envelope from the U.S. containing proposals related to the missile program. Iranian foreign minister refused to open it and sent it back. Reuters. Now they're all jumping on that Reuters thing. Obviously, why? because it focuses on the ballistic missile program. And that is not something that is negotiable from Iran's point of view. But is that part of the president's agenda to put that on the table? Or is he just talking nuclear? We can go around in circles on this. In circles. Iran is only talking about this nuclear. They don't want to talk about the ballistic. They don't want to talk about the proxies. They don't want to talk about the detaining and imprisonment of people in Iran. And again, if you are in Israel's position, and this is only about nuclear, Israel is going to act unilaterally to address this missile issue. They've been wanting to for months. They've been holding back, probably because of the president. But they're not going to wait forever. They're going to have to take action. If we don't, they are. Bottom line, you may not agree with that, but high probability that Israel will take unilateral action in that case. Is that on a low flight radar system? Cuba is definitely a situation too, but we're not focused on Cuba right now, even though Cuba's on the radar. Then that's a big burger full of nothing then. I showed earlier the report that the IAEA did. They don't have a track record of trust for decades. When you're talking about the nuclear, they don't. I read that. I showed you on the screen earlier the reports. So to me, how are you going to say that you can make a deal with them for low enrichment? Because they're saying now that the zero's off the table, that there's some kind of compromise going on. If they can prove, Iran can prove it's for safe means. How do you do that? How does the UNT ensure that that happens? How can they? Who's going to do it? Who's going to monitor it? Are you kidding? Please stop. You know what I mean? Where do you think the Bush is going to go after it's done with training? That's a good question, Drew. And Drew also says State of the Union would be a great time to address it to the nation. It could happen. For all we know, it could happen. There could be a limited strike tonight or tomorrow to set up the State of the Union. Do I think? I don't know. I don't know. Everything you guys are saying, anything's possible here. No one, I don't think anyone has any kind of edge when regarding speculation. And anyone can guess and speculate. Oh, it's not going to happen. There's going to be a deal. Oh, yes, it's going to happen. It's going to happen tomorrow. No, it's going to happen after It will happen when the president decides what course he's going to take. That's it. That's it. Whether he thinks there is a possibility of them caving to the demands, his demands, but when you hear there's some kind of compromise going on, that makes me say, whoa. Is that an off-rail? An off-ramp? After putting all these pieces in place? Or could they come up with a nuclear deal but still attack them for their ballistic missile program? And not touch the nuclear? I mean, really? Come on. I don't see how this doesn't have some type of kinetic strike going on here. I don't see nothing happening. I just don't. I could be wrong. Not saying I'm right, but at this point, I don't see how this does not turn into even a limited strike. I don't know what that looks like, but... And definitely, Israel's, like I said, is not just going to sit by and... Yeah, the United States, that's your deal with them. With the nuclear. That has nothing to do with us. They're an existential threat with their missile program. And we're going to address it. You're not going to address it, but we are. And maybe the president said, Bibi, if you think you need to do that, go right ahead. And when they do, you know that's going to drag us into it. Again, I'm speculating like everybody else is. Yeah, the airspace looks normal. Definitely. Look at all the traffic coming down from Turkey. And I always say that these planes, UAE, Qatar, Turkey, Iraqi, and FedEx, DHL, the majority of those planes that go through Eastern Iraq, a lot of them are Turkey and UAE. So we zoom in, you'll see them. Turkey, UAE is everywhere coming down. This one, I'm not so sure what that is. Is that, who is that? Is that Iraq? Romania. But UAE is a US. That's part of the military. But Qatar, Romania, this is Iranian, but they're coming in. Civilian. But if you look at it, look at all the UAE flights. A ton of them. A ton. And Turkey. And Qatar. It's the typical airlines that come down in here. And you'll have scattered others, but that's the predominant airlines that are coming through here. Qatar, UAE, Turkey. And they just line up. And you could see them lining up. They're lining up to come down. And like I always say, when you start to see a possible diversion and it stops, then you might be seeing something. Because the air traffic flow changes. Sometimes you'll see them both going up and down. Sometimes it's coming from the south. Sometimes it's only coming from the north. You see the established flight paths. But right now, there's a lot of air traffic out there. There's a lot going on in Tehran, in the two airports. So this tells me, obviously, there's nothing going on right now. That doesn't mean something will go on later. Excuse me. I'm getting a little sick again. I'm back with... What's up, Ada? Yeah, there's too much air traffic out there. You know something, Jason? That is a great point. That is a great point. That's actually an excellent observation, what you just said. I was thinking the Bush will go to replace the forts to give those guys a break. They need a break. They are overdue. Overdue. That is a great point. I'm with that. That's I'm not saying that's the case, but that is a great, valid point. Bill, when am I going to hear you say airspace is clear? Here we go. Oh my God. Just think. If and when this happens, there's going to be so much shit going down at once. All over. Like I said, my two main area of concerns, and yes, you got it, the bases, a lot of the non-essential personnel have been removed. Yeah, I'm worried about the bases. I'm worried about this area here. I'm really worried. Because it's close proximity to hit, short range, medium range, the bases. Not only that, I'm really worried about the fleet, protecting the fleet from them. And closing the Strait of Hormuz, because that's going to affect global economic. That has the repercussions for that is insane. We definitely have to address this. This is on the top of my list for so many reasons. And of course, what they're going to do, because you know they want the utter destruction of Israel, what they're going to launch toward Israel. Because that's their main goal, is to destroy Israel. Erase Israel. If we're going to go down and take a pounding, we're going to inflict as much damage as we can to Israel. You know that. You know that's on top of their list. That is what, and Jordan's right in the freaking front line of it. Those are the things I'm really concerned about. From me, just because they're going to try everything they can to create. They would love to inflict as many casualties as they can, especially on the U.S., so that the people in this country revolt against that. Because then people are going to say, you see, this is why we didn't want no more wars. It's not our business. And look, God forbid, look at the casualties this has caused to us. Now we're in an all-out war. They're banking on that. They want to inflict as much to us too, so that the American people, it sways public opinion against everything that the president just did. So there's a lot of ramifications here. Definitely the economy, the global economy with the oil, caused outrage, especially in Asia and Europe. Look what the United States did, even though they're the ones that are going to be doing closing the strait. All the blame is going to go to the United States. You caused this by going to war with Iran. They're going to flip it. Do you understand? So there's a lot at stake here. There's a lot at stake. I think the carriers will be fine with all the technology and other boats around them. My concern, like you said, the basis and like the surrounding area. Yeah. Let's hope. Matt, I hope you're right. I truly do. I can't. Okay, I'm sorry, Bill. Those waiting is killing me. I'm trying to stay strong for my husband, but the worrying and stress grows a little more each day. How can it not? That makes total sense. But you are not alone. Think of all the other spouses, family members, loved ones that are thinking and feeling the same thing as you are. I mean, but others will say, well, that's what they signed up for. They knew what they were going to potentially get involved with when they signed up for this. You'll hear that out there. They knew the risks. Everyone knows the risks, potentially. You never want to see something like this happen, but they go into it knowing the risks. There's been a lot of less movement regarding assets today, which would say they're pretty much set. I agree with no nonsense on that. A lot of the pieces are in place right now. Hey, Bill, wouldn't we see the airport disruptions go up for airports and areas before we see it shown on the map? Okay, that's a good point, because I don't necessarily, even though Israel is going to close down Tel Aviv really fast. This is not like the last time, because people are trying to compare it like to the 12-day. Oh, but they left this open. Israel knows this is not the same situation. They literally may have minutes. If there's any indication that Tel Aviv is going to be shut down. Done. It's not going to take like, oh, but there was attacks going on. Missiles were flying in the air and the airport was still open. Not this time. Because they know Iran is going to try to unleash unholy hell on them. It's a different scenario. But I also look, you look at the airports, the air traffic, but it's not just about what's taking off and arriving. You look at the flights that are coming in to Tel Aviv or in any other airport, for example, in the region. And you see if the flights are heading toward Tel Aviv, and there's a lot of United States flights that land in Tel Aviv from JFK, from if they are showing signs out here that they're not going to land and they're being diverted, then you know something's up. Before it even indicates that the airport is closed. Now that is interesting. But do you understand? It doesn't have to be the airport itself. It could be the planes coming in that are supposed to arrive and then being diverted. Why? That could be an indicator. So I kind of look for that too. Oh, there's a Russian plane. See, like this one. This is coming from Greece. It's heading to Tel Aviv. It's on course. If there was anything going on, do you think that plane is coming in? If Israel is going to close their airspace down? Hell no. That plane will be diverted. You think it's going to land in the middle of a closed airspace situation? No way. You don't want to risk civilian lives. I don't think the Iranians would care. Look what they do to their own people. You think they care about lives? They don't even care about their own. So you kind of get an idea like on stuff like this. If you start seeing planes being diverted, even further away, as you could see the Israeli flags on planes. U.S. comes in a lot here. And you're looking for planes like in here that you think might be coming toward Tel Aviv. I don't know what the hell this is. That's Qatar. That's not coming in. And that's another thing. What planes would land? What airlines? A lot of airlines probably are limiting, if not cutting down completely, going into Tel Aviv. I would have to look that up. I'm not saying to confirm that. I wonder what airlines are still coming in. Let's go into Bahrain. The one thing I'm not seeing too many Israeli planes. There's one here. That's small. But then again, it could be, it's late. It's getting late. And isn't it a religious holiday right now in Israel? We know Ramadan is going on. Well, at least I know Ramadan has begun. It ends the 19th of March. The one thing, I'm not seeing many Israeli planes coming in. Even from the U.S. That's a kind of a interesting little thing there. Because you would see signs. Actually, we should look at arrivals for Tel Aviv. Who's expected to come in? It's coming from down south. There's the Greek. A lot of them coming from the other direction. Hungary, Dubai, Moscow will come from the north. Spain. So this one, Germany, these are live. Spain. So yeah, there's some. Like the Madrid one, that's coming from Spain. So, I mean, there are planes coming in from the west. We've seen the Greek one. Poland. So yeah, I mean, there's no indication. Moscow. And departures. Now, if we start seeing delays here, grounded, that would be interesting. Estimated, scheduled. So that's another thing to keep an eye on. So yeah, there's different things you can follow and look at. You know what I mean? Petros Sophia is open 24 nights and will close for 2 to 3 hours at night for the airspace. That's true. Closing the Strait of Hormuz also hurts Iran. That a lot of the money is supplying the IRGC. Where do you think the George G.W. Bush is going? No, I don't know if that's an old question, Drew, but I agree with what Jason said. It might go in to replace the Ford. They've been out at sea for a long time now. They need to go back. They need rest. In my opinion, they do. Oh shit. I don't know what you could believe out of this on Telegram. Because this is constantly updated. The Iranian president stated that the Iranian leadership has decided not to bow to external pressure, no matter how strong it may be. The IRGC and the army are actively preparing to repel aggression and take countermeasures, which will affect a large part of the Middle East region. See? You don't even want to know about this, dude. I'm not even going to say a word about that. He is so pro-regime. I watched that dude, and I got like, wow, you're a hater of the United States, boy. Definitely a hater of Israel. I've tried to watch just to see what they say. It makes my stomach turn. So I'm not going there. See, this wasn't updated since yesterday. Where's that Russian plane going? Interesting. It's landing in Tel Aviv. And that's another thing. A lot of countries are getting their people out. A lot of countries are getting their people out now. Leave immediately. I'm sure Tusi touched on some of them. Australia, Japan, France. A lot of countries are saying, get out ASAP. If a group of people who are sleeping with urgency, I would think twice before I speak up. Just show me one proof of war crimes, and I mean real ones. I agree with you. I tried to watch those guys. I can't for more than 5 minutes. Dude, I don't even want people to see it on the screen because I'm not pushing the propaganda. Screw that. It's a younger person. And I don't know where he's located, but he is a cringy fuck. In my opinion. It's like I guess he's doing it for clicking people to watch, and I tried to see that the guy that talks all the time, can't think of his name, the one that Goldie toasted on I think it was Piers Morgan, but you know, Morandi, whatever his name is, he's always a guest on with that guy. And he gives him the voice, and he just spews shit, and it's so anti-American, so anti-Israeli, so it's I can't stomach it. Can't. The world's leading association of genocide scholars has declared that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Of course. We're going to hear that. And if Hamas wasn't there, and if October 7th didn't happen, would any of this happen? That's the question you have to ask. Who's responsible for what goes on there? Fucking Hamas. Because I know those people would be living in peace if they didn't have that element there that causes all this pain. I mean, you think about it. The proxies are a main cause of everything that goes on, the violence. Remove that. What if Hamas wasn't there? You think that would have been the case? Do you? Okay. Trump is... I know I seen that report. Miranda, thank you, Jason. That's the reports out there. Don't believe so much in those reports. Who's the source? Did the president say that? Did Rubio say that? Did Steve Witkoff say that? Did Jared Kushner say that? Or are they putting that out there on purpose to say, oh, the United States has agreed to our demands to negotiate and compromise on enriching uranium? Give me a break. Because they could say that they said that. It's a posture. It's to put it out there. I wonder who's paying the critics to say that Israel is committing genocide. Well, again, that's based on however you view the situation. You know? All I know is I don't know what I can't verify any numbers by any means anywhere. But in over 2 years, it's horrific what's happened in Gaza. What are the numbers of the people that they claim have lost their lives? 70,000? I'm just coming out with a number. And do not get me wrong, the innocent people, I always say this, innocent people always suffer from war. Look at World War II. Look at any war. The casualty amounts. It is disgusting. It's sad. But in over 2 years, let's just try to, you can't even compare. In over 2 years, and like I said, one life is unthinkable, unimaginable. So let's say the number is 70,000 in Gaza. In 2 nights, and I'll just put out the numbers that have been reported out there, and I can't confirm either one. 30,000 people in 2 nights are killed, massacred in Iran in 2 nights, compared to over 2 years of 70,000. I mean, really? You're going to try to compare those numbers? Or compare genocide? Well, what the hell happened in Iran? The mass slaughter of people. Their own people. Their own people. And still going on to this day. Not maybe in those extreme numbers. So we can't, people would love to make comparisons because that's their way of using that as a detraction, a deflection. Yeah, this ain't Afghanistan. This ain't Iraq. This is this. Because that's all they can do is spin it. They got to put that spin on it. Because that's all they can do. Well, what about that? Oh, what about this? Because that's all they can do is spin. George, you're here, right? Wait a minute, George. Are you here? What happened to free speech? Are you here? Where's Oreo? You might want to think about that statement you just made. You're Ahmad Oreo, time me out. What happened to free speech? Something that America is supposed to stand by. Are you still here? And where is Oreo? That speaks for itself, right? So, that doesn't even make sense. Let's see. If we advertise to clear airspace, it will be within hours. So our mission would not be affected. Yeah, but remember, you have to be very careful on who you're talking to because they can tip off your adversary. Yeah, Florida, I hear you. Totally. I'm in upstate New York. I feel you. Let's see. And yeah, you guys can have a debate. And obviously, look, I have Palestinian friends. I go eat Palestinian food. And for them, when I sit down with them, there's actually a restaurant right across the river. And I love the food. And I enjoy speaking to people. No one can deny the absolute destruction of Gaza. No one. It is rubble. There's no infrastructure. There's over 2 million people there that I don't even know where they're living. Let's be real with that now. Let's not sugarcoat shit here. And the lack of food, water, medical, and they'll say, well, blame Hamas on that. Regardless who you want to blame, the fact still lies that those people, those civilians that are living in Gaza, are suffering immensely, and 40% of them are children. I don't care who you want to blame, this, that. What's happening on the ground in Gaza is unimaginable until you see video of drones flying over Gaza and it looks like there's nothing fucking left. So people could defend it, they can criticize it, whatever perspective you're in on that, that's your own, because of your own political thing, that's fine. But when I see the aerial footage of what's left, which isn't much, of Gaza, it is horrendous because there are people that live there. And 40% of children. 40% of the population of Gaza are children. So I don't want to hear about this or that. It's not, it's this. I look at it from the ground and I look at it, it's rubble. The Gaza Strip is practically completely fucking rubble. And there's 2 million people that live there. How? So people could try to spin it any way you can. Or you must be pro-Palestinian. No, I'm pro-humanity. The conditions that are in Gaza are just beyond bad. Bad. What's going on the ground there is beyond. Look at the footage. Look at the aerial. Do the homework. It's hard to watch. It looks like a nuclear bomb went off and everything got leveled. That's how bad it is. Unless you do the homework, don't ignore it. Go watch it and see it for yourself. And then make a decision and judgment. Because we can't just pick things because it's convenient for us based on our political opinions and views. When you see something like that, you know there's a humanitarian crisis going on there. Regardless if you want to blame this one, that group, this country. The bottom line is, what is going on? What is the result on the ground? It's horrendous. Horrendous. And it all comes down to innocent people suffering. That's why I always bring that up. The innocent people are the ones who suffer from any kind of conflict, war. It's always the innocent people. I'm a supporter of Israel, but there's no way in hell Gaza could have been done better. And that's a definite opinion. But look at the result. Regardless, I understand what your point is, and that's why I'm saying, but you can't ignore what's going on in real time. Regardless if you think that it was necessary to do what they did in order to do it. But again, people live there. I'm not even going to show you the aerial. It's hard to watch. It really is hard to watch. It really is. And yet, that's right. They are indoctrinated from a very young age to hold AK-47s. Yes. And this is why you have to cut the head of the snake off. Otherwise, this cycle will never end. It starts with Iran. Or this is just going to keep going on indefinitely. You have to eliminate that. You have to cut the head of the snake off. Because they're the ones responsible for fueling this. They're the ones. Their money. Qatar too. With Hamas. Yes. there's no black and white. There's a lot of gray. There's a lot involved here. There's no easy answer here. But that's why I said when that person mentioned about genocide, what if Hamas didn't exist? What if Hezbollah didn't exist? What if Lebanon was a country, Gaza, the people of the Palestinians that lived there in peace, side by side with Israelis? But because of Hamas and in the past other organizations, it's never been peaceful. Remove that element, and what do you think life could be like? Living side by side. I mean, I'm not going to show you on the map. I have a Hasidic community not far from me, and they completely are closed off. They have the whole town. I don't see people going after them. And it's a big one. They own the whole town here in New York. And there are pockets like that throughout the city. I don't see people wanting to eliminate them. There's populations here, condensed areas of population from all diversity, ethnicity, religion. I don't see that. But it's all about the 1947, 1948. This goes deeper. It's the resistance. This is complicated. Because they're like, who do they think they are designated this land officially as a country of Israel? Who makes these decisions? I mean, I'm just showing you, like, playing that role. There are people that look at this from totally different perspectives here. And of course, the people that are in the region are very sensitive to this because they live there. You know what I mean? It's not easy. Hold on, I'm not looking at Discord. There's another message coming in. I'm not looking at Discord yet. Chaos, I see what you said. I totally understand. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anyone, just so you know. I'm just trying to make out different points when people look at things from different perspectives. You know what I mean? We all have different points of view, and that's why I always say everyone has a voice. What the hell is this? Okay, so they're saying the same thing. Al Arabiya says the U.S. President Donald Trump suddenly changed his plans to spend the weekend in Florida and decided to stay in the Oval Office at the White House for meetings. Here's another little thing that's coming out. The United States has about 70 nuclear submarines hidden across the globe. Some could already be in the Sea of Oman, ready to strike within days, according to reports. Oh my God. I get so sick of it. Oh shit. When was this? This was today, an hour ago. President Trump will be holding an important meeting in the coming hours with the commander of the U.S. Air Force. President Trump changed his plans to spend the weekend in Florida and decided to stay in the Oval Office at the White House for meetings. Holy shit. I don't know if that's true, but this is what they're reporting out there. Interesting. All right. I'm just checking. I'm going to open up another window. There's little things coming out, but nothing significant. And again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anyone. I'm just trying to lay out the point that there are people out there with different perspectives and different opinions and different viewpoints from their, and that's to be expected, and we should respect that. You know what I mean? Just because we don't agree with it, they have a right to speak their minds too. Even though you might not like it. As long as it doesn't cross, I always talk about that. Be respectful. That's all that matters. I'm going to see. Oh my God. I don't want to get in trouble showing stuff. I mean, I can't show it because it's going to have the watermark. Yeah, it does have the watermark. They all have the watermark. All right, so I'm going to try something quick. But like I was mentioning, and it's not fucking easy to watch. Because when I see stuff like this, I'm like, oh my God. And I know some people say it was necessary. It was necessary. I guess this was necessary. It's so sad to look at and to think that there are people that live there. But, I mean, necessary. This is 4 months ago. This is Gaza City. Remember, Gaza Strip has a population of 2 million. Look at this. It looks like a fucking bomb went off, a nuclear bomb, and decimated everything. Look at this. Look at this. It's leveled. There's very few intact buildings anywhere still standing. This was acceptable. This was necessary. You should see the before and after images. This is fucking hard for me to watch. And remember, 2 million people live. I mean, my God. But this is what war looks like, right? Yes, the API. I don't want to play no more. I'm going to get in trouble. But you can do your own research. Don't take, like I say, don't take my word for it. You have to see the extensive videos. It is gut-wrenching to look at. It's going to take a fucking long time to rebuild Gaza. It's going to take a long time. A long time. Meanwhile, people are living there. Alexa, how many children make up the population of Gaza?
Gaza's child population has been significantly impacted by recent conflict. As of early 2026, estimates suggest around 400,000 children remain, though this number is uncertain due to ongoing humanitarian crisis and population displacement.
Normally, what would be the population of Gaza in regards to children? Alexa, What is the population of Gaza and how many of that consists of children? This is what people...
Gaza's population is approximately 2.1 million people. About 47% of that population, or around 1 million, are children under 18.
I mean, really. You can justify it. It might be justified. But you have to look at how it affects people. You can judge them as being this or that. They're still human beings. %47 children under 18. And yeah, you could say, well, a lot of them are trained to be terrorists. You can, and the other side might say, well, you know, I'm just trying to show you. It hits me in the gut like a gut punch to think how many people are suffering in fucking Gaza. Period. There's, like I said, there's no sugarcoating that. You can explain it away, but the effects are real. Whether you're for Israel in this, against Israel, the bottom line is how the people are affected on the ground. That's going to take one hell of a rebuild for infrastructure. I don't even know how they're living. I talked to, like I said, I talked to some of the Palestinian friends I have here, and they're like, you don't even know. And I hear that what they tell me, and I'm like, oh my God. The same way. When they tell me the stories. Same way. Because I hear them too. It's gut-wrenching. The medical care, starvation, famine. God, dude, I mean, they're trying to find water. They collect puddles. Oh my God, it is bad, and it's so sad. You know, that's all I'm saying. How would you have done it? I am not sitting here and saying how would I have done it. I'm looking at the result of how it was done. Like I said, whether you think it's justified or not, this is not about that. It's the ramifications of the people there living there as a result of. Like I just said, I'm not saying it's justifiable, not justifiable. I'm not into the political aspect here. Is that what you have done or not have done? I'm talking about how it affects people. War in general, how it affects people, innocent civilians who suffer. And in some kind of thing going on now, we don't know what the results of this one's going to bring. What are people going to say if things look as bad as that? What if you saw a scene like that caused by Iran to Israel? Then what? War. Innocent people. That's what I think. Is it justified, not justified, whatever? That's a whole different question. I'm just looking at the suffering of people. Does anything come out when it's affecting civilians? Alexa, how many civilians died during World War II?
World War II resulted in approximately 50 million civilian deaths. This figure includes...
Alexa, stop. 50 million. 50 million civilian deaths during World War II. That is unbelievable. It's sad. And I'll put it to you this way. And I'm just going to throw another angle in there. When you put in assets, use people as human shields, and you put it In every building, you're wiring buildings to explode. You have armaments loaded in hospitals, schools, mosques. Like somebody said, how would you have done it differently? Because that's tunnel systems in homes, coming in a fucking nursery of a school or something. I mean, how do you deal with that? How do you, and that's a valid point. Unfortunately, to reduce risk, you just got to take the whole fucking thing out. As sad as that is. And you would hope you evacuate all the people and tell them, listen, you need to get out. I'm sure that's what they did. So on the flip side, you have to think of it that way too. Because they purposely did it that way so the people could suffer. You think they care about the people? You think Hamas cared about the people of the Palestinians? Really? No. They booby-trapped, they did this, they did that. They put them in harm's way. They used them. How much did they care about the Palestinian people? They put them in fucking harm's way. So, that's what I mean. You could look at this from a lot of different perspectives. And we know the playbook is going to be done in Iran. You know the playbook's going to be used. They're going to put stuff in populated areas to make it hard to target them so that when something happens, they're going to blame the United States, Israel. They caused all these people to die. They hit a school, they hit a mosque, they're going to do all that too. Just like it's the playbook. It is sadly the fucking playbook. So the same thing I just said a few minutes ago, looking at it from that perspective, well, then you got to look at it from the other perspective and be objective. Because the one side could say, oh, this, but also there's the other side too. It's like a coin. So it's you know what I mean? It's not. Oh, what's going on in here? Why? Who's deleting what? All right, what's going on in here? Let's go easy on the. I'm not paying. Let's go easy here. I don't want nobody removed because they're making comments. So as long as they're not disrespectful. All right, do I have to start removing mods? I mean, let's not go to that right now. I know people have certain personal connections to things, but maybe I just might have to clean up the mods and just do my own modding. Because if this is going to happen, I'm not going to allow people because it's a personal connection to lash out at other people because they don't like what they're saying. I'm not paying attention, but I'm starting to pay attention to what you guys are saying in chat. I may remove all mods. I'm not going to pick and choose. I just remove all. Without even looking what's going on, I just might remove all the mods. Because I'm not going to tolerate that. And it's not personal. That's why I'm not looking to see who you guys are talking about. I'm just going to remove all the mods. Simple. And I'm going to do it right now. I don't ban anybody. You don't see me delete people's comments unless it's like fucking. So if I don't do it, no one else should do it either. I'm just trying to figure out. I got to go into YouTube Studio. Community. I just got to figure out where to do it. Community moderation. User management. Okay, here we go. And like I said, so it's not being specific to any one individual. I'm doing it across the board to everyone that identify coming into here from that. And that's what's going to happen. Because I don't want to say that, oh, you picked on me. No, I'm just cleaning house. I won't allow that. I have a lot of mods, actually. It's too many. I mean, with my sky watching too. It has nothing just to do with this. Damn, this is a big list. It ain't that easy. All right, let me go over it one more time. And like I said, I'm not looking at chat. This is not directed at any one person. So I am not accused of like, oh, you did it to me. I'm doing it to everybody. Okay, saved. Okay. Let's see if that worked. Okay. I'm not happy because I always want people to come together, and we don't want, I know, like I said, I know people are directly connected, and I'm not looking at chat yet, but it's not something that is gonna go over well with me. Oh shit. And I really need a stove. Okay. So this is, I did it. I'm just gonna, now the people that have been here for like a decade, I didn't touch any of them because they're here for sky watching, but everything related with this Iran thing, so that no one is blaming the other, I just removed every mod. I'm starting with a clean slate. Because I don't want to say, oh, it's your fault, oh no, it's his fault. No, I'm just gonna remove everybody. Because the last thing I want is this bickering shit. Like a schoolyard. It's the last thing I want. Really. Can we not act like grown-ups? Can we not? It's actually upsetting me. I need to roll a cigarette right now. Oh my God. I just lost the urge to stream. I may just stop the stream. I'm like disgusted. That's probably why Tusi doesn't do it. I kind of get it now. Now, I will have to definitely focus more attention on the chat now. Well, like I said, no one's a mod. Amola's a mod because Amola's a friend, even though he busts my chops. I've known him for like 12 years, but he's been here for Sky Watches. I know him a long time. He stays a mod. Amol stays a mod. Everybody else is clean slate. Clean slate. All right. I know, right, Chris? That's exactly, Chris, what I was saying to myself over there. I'm going to do the Tusi model. No mods. I was like, that's why Tusi probably doesn't do it. I swear to God, I said that when I was sitting there rolling a cigarette. Tusi's probably got the right idea. And like I said, this is not against anyone. I just like, this has been going on for a few days. This is not just because of now. What happened, because I wasn't paying attention. I was doing other things. And I'm like, I'm getting to the point where I don't even want to stream no more because of it. That's not good. Because it's important to get this out there. Because it's not being, a lot of the media is definitely not covering it. But it makes me like, why bother? Why bother? Whether it's in here or Discord and people are arguing and fighting and all this, I'm like, trying to build a community ends up being where people are arguing anyway. I guess that's how difficult it is. It's really difficult. And I get it, because I lose my temper. Oh, I definitely can be impulsive too and lose my temper, and then I regret it afterwards. Because once you do something, you can't take it back. If you inflict pain on someone, they have to forgive you. You can forgive yourself, but, actions have consequences. Words have consequences to a lot of people. And you have to be responsible as much as possible. It is very hard to contain yourself and restrain yourself, and don't allow, because I always say this, don't allow your emotions to overtake you. Because if you do, usually when you get overly emotional, which direction does it go down? The positive path or the negative path? It usually goes down to the negative, because people then become overreactive, anger. You know what I mean? Usually it doesn't lead to a good thing. So, I just got fatigued. I just got fatigued. I don't know if I want more coffee at this point. So, we need, like I mean, and who just said that? Malfunction. Let us please, and this is my fault. I shouldn't have brought up fucking Gaza. This is my fault. Because that is such a very sensitive situation. That is so sensitive for so many people. I should have known better. But what I was trying to tie it to is innocent people losing life. That is my fault. I shouldn't have opened my fucking mouth. But I'm not afraid to talk either. Because then I'm holding back. What I'm saying is we have to be cautious here about what could happen in Iran, in the Arab nations, in Israel, of course, our personnel, men and women in the military. I just think about that. But the justification is another thing. You know, is it justified? Is it not justified? Everybody has a different opinion. And we should respect that. But like you said, whoever just said that, who said that? We should be focused on supporting the people. That's what we should be doing. That's what I should be doing. So it's actually my fault. 2C notifications? 2C's going live? Yeah, we need to get along despite our differences. We have to find a way. We just have to. And like I said, what's going on? Is 2C going live or something? All right, you guys got almost lunchtime, Druid? What's up, Marco? Oh, no 2C, okay. People never get along on the internet. Oh my gosh. It's like right now, because I'm watching, you can see there's not much going on. There's still a lot of air traffic. I mean, there are also, listen, I don't want to dwell on the negative. There's a lot of positive too. Because, like, despite, it's like a family. Families have disagreements, right? You know, it's not like a perfect thing. So, you know, it's like, it's all good. But I will say this, and I got to do it. The good parts is when this happens. This is when the good parts happen. And mostly it is good. It's the vast majority is good. It's just that, oh my God. Anyway, let me show you. I think it's a good time to get this on, just to break my mind right now, really. I need it. I need Ali the mouse. What the hell am I hearing in the background? Jesus, Ali the mouse, stop. We gotta do Ali the mouse. It's time for Ali the mouse. But I've got some audio bleeding in from somewhere. Oh, it's Fox News. Blizzard. Oh my God, I'm in the fucking bullseye. Oh no. Blizzard coming here. Fox News is covering it right now. Oh geez, come on, man. Come on.
Snow potentially. Much of the I-95 corridor from Philly to Boston is bracing for 12 to 18 inches with 2+ feet of snow possible in some spots. Now, New York City's Mayor Zohran Mamdani is set to hold a press conference on this storm at any moment now. But in the meantime, the Democratic Socialist posted on X today warning people, quote, snow starts Sunday morning, intensifies at night, and will make the Monday morning commute extremely dangerous. Stay off the roads unless absolutely necessary. If you can stay home, stay home. Now, this is Mamdani's second snowstorm in as many months as the new mayor. He was criticized for how he handled that first storm. 26 people died, 19 people out.
You know something? I hear that. The Democratic Socialist. When I was a kid, I don't think I ever would have heard that on any news outlet. Why say that? Why they couldn't just say the mayor, but no, they had to put in Democratic Socialist. That's how the shit is that's what I mean about the rhetoric and divisiveness. That's uncalled for. You don't have to say that. You don't have to say that. That's politically motivated right there. Come on. The Democratic Socialist mayor. Oh, Jesus Christ. That just drives me nuts. Can't we just stop it? Really? Can't we just stop it? Is that necessary? I guess it is for some, right?
Out of his hole, slowly as he moves. When he thinks it's safe, he does the alley groove. Shuffling through the maze, I squint and he looks around, checking if it's safe, not trying to make a sound. Fitted with his turban, he squeals with his tiny voice, looking sickly and weak, his fellow mice quickly rejoice. Look at our supreme leader, he smells as bad as he looks. Does he ever bathe? Don't talk or we are cooked. Ali the mouse comes out the hole, spewing his words of hate. Prayers obscure his evil intent, his followers take the bait. Ali the mouse, you foul creature, go run and hide. Rebellious mice at your heels, quickly go run inside. The good mice defeat the bad ones. Ali is scared to die. They all perish for him, believing all his lies. His final day approaches, he starts to lose his hair, starting to smell like rot, the stench no mouse could bear. The sounds of thunder scare him, the walls start to collapse. The mouse trap would have been quicker, uh-oh, I think he crapped. The end of his reign is now inside. He utters his final breath, I knew I would die this night. Ali the mouse comes out the hole, spewing his words of hate. Prayers obscure his evil intent, his followers take the bait. Ali the mouse, you foul creature, go run and hide. Rebellious mice at your heels, quickly go run inside.
I'm good. And yes, I support the people of Iran. I'm not for the regime. That's just my personal thing. And I'm just saying. If you guys seen those videos with the mariachi music that they use for the drone and the missiles, I said I'm going to write that music. Because the Mushali thing on the streets of Iran, calling him a mouse. And there were a lot of people involved in creating the music and the graphics. It was a team thing. And that's what I want. I want team thing. Not infighting. I'm just trying to see what they're saying for me for this freaking weather now. Oh, Jesus Christ. It is not going to be good here. Winter storm warning. Oh my God. I got to prepare my shit for that. I got to go outside. I got to get firewood. I got to get the snowblower prepped. It's from 1 p.m. tomorrow to 6 p.m. Monday. 10 to 14 inches with higher totals expected. Wind gusts as high as 40 miles per hour. The strong winds and weight of snow on tree limbs may down power lines and could cause sporadic power outages. Travel could be very difficult or impossible. Areas of blowing snow could significantly reduce the visibility. Oh, this is bad. I could do it in the morning. Person should delay all travel if possible. Look at, I mean, the typical warnings if you're going to drive, oh my God. This is not good. I got a big storm coming. Yeah, I put the volume down because I was kind of like singing in the background. Anyway. And KJ, thank you for doing that. And Brian did the music for that one. And I wrote the lyrics. Yeah, that was Mexican. Antifa, Bob. Yes. You never seen their videos? Antifa, if you watch Goldie or Armin, or both, actually, when they show those regime videos, it looks like a game show, and they're displaying drones or missiles, and they got segments where they play that like mariachi thing going on in the background. Yeah, it's winter sacred. It is. Yeah, that's true. Well, Mexico for sure, Deshaun. The Spaniards, and actually I am direct, you wouldn't believe it. I could show you. Like I have proof on certain things. You won't believe it if I showed you. About the Spain thing? Because I am Spaniard descent. But I'm going to show you something. It's kind of crazy. I just hope this is... Oh, I knew it. I don't know what my email... This is crazy. I'm going to show you something. This is a little off the track. About the influence thing. And Portugal, too. It's Spain and Portugal. I just hope my password is right. I'm in. Holy shit, I'm in. Check this out. It took me months to do this. Months. Okay. We're going to do one. Why isn't it coming up? And I have the whole... Well, I don't have the whole thing. But I got to be careful. So... Christopher Columbus in Spanish is Cristobal Colon. Okay? That's how he would be. That's his name in Spanish. But the Spaniards, Cristobal Colon. He had sons. One of his sons was Diego Colon. I am a descendant of his son. This is my tree. I just hope it. Capitan Don Diego Ramos Colon, and he was of the Spanish Royal Army. He is my 8th great grand uncle. He is directly tied to Christopher Columbus's son. My 8th great grand uncle. That's one. Wait till you see the next one. It's in my bloodline. Then there is her, my 8th great grandmother. Where is she? It should be highlighted. There, her. Then there's my 8th great grandmother. Remember, grandmother. That's direct. Doesn't get more direct than a great 8th. What is it? What is she? My 8th great grandmother is a Ponce de Leon. I'm related to Ponce de Leon. It's my 8th great grandmother. She is a descendant of Ponce de Leon. So when you brought that up, it made me think of my ancestors coming across. And there's a whole story of that. My ancestors were brutal. Fact. They actually did commit genocide against the indigenous Indian population in the Hispaniola, in the islands. They pretty much made the Taino Indians extinct. Ponce de Leon had a big part of that. And, you know, that I have to deal with the reality. I'm also almost 20% Native American because in my bloodline there is the Taino Indians from Puerto Rico. Because that's who was on the island of Puerto Rico at the time, the Taino Indians. They pretty much wiped them out, the Spaniards. And yes, the Spaniards, think of the names in the United States, Florida. It was the Spaniards. They spread, they went west, and then they went into Mexico, South America, and that's why that Spanish language is there. Plus, the Portuguese, because they're right next door, they went to the south, and that's why you have people that speak Portuguese down there. It was Portugal and Spain that was the major influence in the United States. Before the Europeans, it was the Spaniards. Do you know what I mean? And that is my ancestry. So I have to deal with the reality of that myself, you know? And I'm just being brutally honest. So the same way, I can be critical of what my ancestors did and how brutal they were. Brutal. You know what I mean? Hi, Navy Mom. It does. It does. And in my family, the Spaniard royal, because it's royal. It's royal it's the Spanish royal line. They married into, this is a long time ago, like hundreds of years. They actually married into the English noblemen to make that connection. And I guess that was maybe part of the relationships that they had to build on. By marrying into each other, caused them to integrate and have relations. I'm 6% in the chart, English. I am all over the place. Italian, like European, it's all over the place. All over the place. But I did my due diligence and homework in getting documents. I contacted Spain. I contacted Puerto Rico. It took me months and months and months to get what you just seen a small little piece of. To get all the way back to the 1400s. Because the Spaniards were great at keeping documents. You know? Hold on. There's more stuff coming in. So I just want to put that in perspective. It's not like I'm critical of others. I can be critical of myself and my family, the lineage. Honestly. honestly. To be fair, that's about objectivity and being honest with oneself and dealing with the reality. I can try to twist that into another reality. I would be lying to myself. Iran deployed the S-400 system in Esfahan. The main radars are still missing, suggesting that systems are likely damaged or that they are dummy launchers. So there's some other stuff going on. Report: Iran launched for the first time a long-range missile intended to provide protection for its naval vessels during a naval exercise it conducted in the Strait of Hormuz. That just came out. I can't believe it's this time already. And I can't confirm this. Israel News is reporting this. Iran launched for the first time a long-range missile intended to provide protection for its naval vessels during a naval exercise it conducted in the Strait of Hormuz. Wow. What? The UK denied use of its bases for operations in the Middle East. Greece opened up Chania Airport in Crete. Never has the US deployed this much force against a potential enemy and not launched strikes. And here's pictures of that launch, the long range, by the Iranian Navy. This is new. Right there. And that's why we got to take those vessels out. This is new. This is something new I've seen. Iranian state media released footage of the IRGC Navy warship Shahid Sayad Shirazi launching a vertical launch Sayad 3 variant during drills in the Strait of Hormuz. The test signals Tehran's move to field long-range naval air defense on its newest missile corvettes in one of the world's most strategically sensitive waterways. Wow. Shit is ramping up. And it's being reported on other outlets now. On Telegram. I wonder if there's a video. We will have to find out. They said the state media released a video. Let me see. It's right here. It's right here, the video. I found it. That's why we got to hit them first. We got to try to take as many of these assets out. I don't see any other way. We have to go after them. That is directly threatening to our fleet and other assets. That's unacceptable, in my view. Let's see what you guys are writing. Yes, I saw that. Vincenzo, I read that earlier too. This is for a military exercise 3 days ago. It's the point that it happened. That missile launch. Okay. Multiple C-17s and B-52s active over Turkey and the Middle East. Smokey says NATO has deployed. Oh, well, they have the AWACS there. There's plenty of them already. Smokey, you know that. To conquer Everest, Turkey, the aircraft was displayed the intelligence support to Israel and the U.S. ahead of the 12-day war. I saw like 4 AWACS in the area a few days ago. Trump is not taking anything serious. He should be. Yeah, that's the thing, Navy Mom. Reality is different. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Iran needs to make the first move now. Well, that's what a lot of people are saying. Use it or lose it. I've been saying that for like 2 weeks. They have the option. Use it or they lose it. Or they lose most of it. And then it would be a limited response. I see no other way. Either they just say, screw that, we're launching everything we got all at once, done. Most of it toward Israel. Because regardless if you hear the rhetoric, oh, we're going to hit the U.S. bases, you know who they want to target. They want to hit Israel. I mean, that is the main focus. Destroy Israel. Erase Israel. So, that is a concern. I thought it was 10%, Stepa, that Trump raised the tariffs. I thought it was 10%. I didn't know about 15. I had heard 10. You might be right, I just haven't checked. But I thought it was 10. I'm going... Am I not logged in? Oh. Okay. I'm gonna look into that. I could have swore I thought it was 10%. You may be right. Yeah, 10%. Yeah, I thought I saw 10. 10. Okay. You guys are all saying 15, and I'm saying it's on BBC News Now. Did he do something else? It's 15 now, you guys are saying? Oh, it can go up as high as 15 for 150 days. Got you. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, regardless, that's still. Yeah, that was, I got you. I don't know anything about where they're for. There's speculation. It could be south of Italy. It's 15%. Holy shit. I'm looking it up now to get the latest. You're right. 2 hours ago, Fortune magazine is reporting it. He did. He did. So you guys are right. This is 2 hours ago. Oh, they're not going to let me. Everything that you got to pay for everything. It's like ridiculous. See? I ain't doing that shit. You're right though, guys. That, like you said, that just recently, because last night it was different. Now, and it's all over the place. It is all over the media here. So right on what you guys said. Yep. Thank you for that. Trust you guys. Listen. And I just speak from my personal experience, despite what everybody else. I cannot tell you how much more I'm paying a fucking month now to survive. I can't even tell you. I am not joking. And, you know, you heard people say, eggs went up, eggs this. Listen. I drink coffee. I drink a lot of coffee. What's today? It's February. Last October, I was paying $11.88 for a big can of coffee. Do you know how much I'm paying now for that coffee? I just bought it. $20. It went up almost double. Just for coffee. I bought these. Forget about these. They come from fucking China. I just bought these Crocs on Amazon. I paid $25 a year ago. They're fucking over $40 now. And that goes across the board. I'll give you another crazy example. You want to see a crazy example? And I shouldn't do it. We're not on TikTok, though. I'm going to show you a crazy example here in the United States. Because, you know, there's people that are in denial. For whatever reason. Let me show you something that's crazy. For those that are overseas that you don't know, like, what goes on here. Let me show you something. Even though I don't eat this food. Because I don't eat fast food. No, but it's across the board, Rob. Rob, all of them are charging higher prices. They gouge. They do that. They do. And they don't like to lower their prices once it hits a certain point. It's harder for them to bring their prices down than to increase. They don't like that. They think everybody's happy. You know, it's fucking ridiculous. It really is. And they gouge. But let me show you something. This has me, like, baffled. You want to see something crazy? This same fucking meal a year ago. Yeah, a year ago. Well, no, more than a year ago. Before the president took office and the tariffs weren't going into effect. Let me get their regular. Yeah. This was $7.99 before he took office. This is a Whopper value meal. Just a Whopper, fries, soda, and a Whopper. This was $7.99 before tariffs. Do you know how much this is now? $11.39. $11.39 for a fucking Whopper, soda, and fries. That's insane. And that's not the only fast food chain. They all raise their prices. Every one of them. That's just an example. I can show you many more. Prices haven't come down. They've gone up. Electrical bills. You want to see a chart? I can show. I have data. I have evidence. I have documents that I download that disappear eventually, that they don't want you to see them. Conveniently. Utility costs. I swear, if you saw the shit that I've researched, it's just batshit crazy. And they push it. The utility costs are going up unbelievably for so many people. Electricity. Yeah, this is what makes me laugh. And I'm going to show it to you. I have the proof. Let me show you something. Alexa, brighten living room light. You hear that gas is under $2.
Okay.
Right? Gas is under $2. This was a few days ago. February 16th, a few days ago. For almost 200 gallons of oil. 200 gallons of oil, 199.5. It cost me $867. That's evidence. But that's heating oil. Heating oil is more. $867.63 for 200 fucking gallons of oil. That's over $4 a gallon. When I go to fill up my car, oh yeah, it's great. Gas pump. Maybe I'm saving a few dollars. I am not saving a few dollars on my fucking oil bill. That means more than me going to the gas pump. You think I'm worried about saving $5? It's down 20 cents per gallon? Oh, that's great. No, this is not great. Not when you got to use it for heating oil to your house and you get these deliveries every 6 weeks when you got to pay almost $1,000 to heat your house. That's the reality. So a lot of people might hear the rhetoric, but it's affecting their pockets directly, and they're like, who's shoveling this shit now? You know what I mean? Mark. Yeah, that's real. That's real. When I moved to Texas, yeah, you guys got the oil right next to you. That's why things are cheaper. It's right there. The refineries, everything else. Costs money to bring it up north. I thank God I have solar. I thank God. But it doesn't help much in the winter. Then I got to depend on these fuckers to supply me power. Because the panels don't produce that kind of energy because the sun is at a lower angle. I can't wait till March when I start producing again. Till October. The winter months hurt me badly. Depending on them. I love my solar panels. Per year, I save $1,500, at least, with the solar, than I would have paid them. They get me back in the winter months. But soon, I'll get that off my back. And the heating bill, that oil will stop when it gets warm. That those deliveries will cease for a few months till next year. Yeah. So we all have our issues, right? We're gonna get hammered, dude. We're gonna get hammered with like 1.5 feet of snow tomorrow and blizzard conditions with high winds. Starting tomorrow. I do need to address that. I gotta get my shit in gear. I gotta bring firewood in here so I don't have to worry about it. Oh my God. It's gonna be a nutty situation. with the snowstorm coming. It's like $1.80 a liter? Wow. Okay, so my solar company is different in New York. Anything that goes, they monitor them too. Anything that goes wrong with the panels, they replace at no cost to me. Zero. Anything goes wrong with the panels. And if they think I need more panels, they put more panels at zero cost to me. I guess everything's different in depending where you are. For me, it's the best thing I ever did. Best fucking thing I ever did. And I did a lot of research on it before I did, because you have to. I don't think it's gonna log me in. Oh fuck. I don't think I could do it here. I don't feel like logging in. It should be logged in on my phone, my solar. I hope, because then I'm going to have to try to figure it out. And I'm not going through that right now. Because I can monitor my shit in real time. It's great. Like I said, for me, the best thing I ever did was put panels. And the good thing is, if I refer somebody, I get $500. No, don't exit. Do not exit. Where's the monitoring? Right here. Oh, please be freaking signed in. Oh, fuck. I won't sign in. Oh, my gosh. Let me do it this way. I'll just show you an example. Not everybody can get solar. Not everybody has the sunlight to get solar. So you could live a place where you don't have no access to solar. You might live in an apartment building or somewhere where it's cloudy all the time. Doesn't always work. I mean, for me, I cut all my trees around my property. So I get it all. Matter of fact, oh, I can't do that. I don't want to show my shit. What's going on? I hit the Burger thing, now I hit the Burger King app, now they're sending me messages to buy stuff. See how they track your shit? It's crazy. How they track, just on my phone, going to the app. Now I'm getting messages for deals. It's crazy. I'm hoping. It's getting cold in here. I've got to go off soon because I have to take care of stuff in the house. Okay. I got it. I should be able to sign in. I have to unlock my Vault. You're kidding me. I think I'm in. I am in. So today, I'm breaking fucking even. I'm actually this is starting to be good. I'm producing more than I'm using today. For today, and it's cloudy. That's crazy. On a cloudy day. This is live status. I'm gonna take a screenshot because it has other information. So this is like literally right now. Look, on a cloudy day. Thank God I'm starting to turn the corner and not depending on this fucking grid. Oh, thank God. And it's cloudy, but I still produce. So this is actually live status right now. Right now. On a cloudy day. I imported from the grid 9.4. I produced 9.2. I consumed this. So I'm actually doing okay. But since I'm not producing enough right now because of the time of year, I'm still dependent. I'm still over what it's producing. But at least I'm producing the offset, the grid. That's good. Finally. And that will only get better as the sun is in a better position. It only gets better moving from here on out. Because we're in the third week of February, so now things will start to trend better for me, which is I can't wait. Now watch this. I'm going to show you another little interesting factoid. I'm going to go to July. Let me go to year. We don't want to do month. Let's go to my hot summer July. Again, I'm going to have to snapshot it. And this is where it gets cray-cray. Those summer months, because I got the pool going. I've got the air conditioner going. And it gets, this is where the money makes the difference. Because everything's running all the time. I'm trying to be careful with the screenshot. So this is going to be last August. The climax of summer. Let's just put it that way. And now look. So my panels are doing good right now considering. So this is August of last year, the middle of hot summer. We had a hot summer last year. I imported 540. I exported 750. Look at this. I produced over a megawatt with the panels. I consumed 900, almost a megawatt. But what? Because of the panels, I actually sent back to the utility company 210 kilowatts, which I get credits. So guess what my utility bill was? Zero. Now I leased the panels. It cost me $135. Do you realize paying $135 compared to a $500, $600 electric bill is? I'm saving in a summer month up to $500 per month because of those panels. If I didn't have those panels, it would cost me for the AC, the pool, everything else. It would cost me like fucking $600 a month at least. But I'm paying zero to the utility company. I'm actually giving them energy credits. 210 exported. I consumed this, but I produced that. So I'm in the black. I'm actually giving them. That's why, for some people, solar makes sense. Don't criticize it unless you have them and you know the experience what it is to have solar. Because you save a lot of money in certain situations. In my situation, definitely. But it's dependent. It depends if you can get them, if you're going to produce enough power with the sunlight, with the roof, all that. You know, not everybody's going to be able to. But for me, shit. I don't want no donations. I don't want no donations. I don't do that for this. Super chats, all that. I don't do that for that. So, again, it depends on your situation. You know what I mean? But I think it's important to put out facts because there's a lot of misinformation out there. It's important to put out facts, I think. And you're seeing the facts. I have to take out certain information but you're seeing the facts. And like I said, the winter kills me. Not just the oil, but the utility. Now, if God forbid, if the oil prices, because even though it does affect the global market, if something goes down, I don't want to get another oil delivery. That $800 or $900 oil delivery I just got can turn into $1,500. Same amount of oil. That bill could go crazy. I'm worried about that. Yeah, I'm worried about that. How it affects the market per barrel. That shit worries me because I have to literally pay for it for my house. So that concerns me. It's going to hit the pocket badly. And I only can supply so much freaking money. I mean, my God. My insurance for my car went up. New York is brutal. Brutal. My homeowner's insurance went up, which I have no explanation because we don't have storms like that. It doesn't impact. I think the insurance companies are doing this shit across the board because they want that money. I don't know how you people insurance for your homes are, but mine went up. I was like, what the hell is this? I got caught by surprise. I'm spending $2,000 now for car and home that went up by $2,000 for the year. For this calendar year, it went up by $2,000 combined. That is mental. Mental. Where am I going to pull the money from? It pisses me off. And I think a lot of other people are not too happy either. So my panels, we're going to have to take a screenshot of this. I can't show you. These are my panels right now on the house. It shows me real-time activity. And if they have it too, they monitor this at the same time. They have live monitoring. That's why when somebody says the neighbor complains about them being broken, I don't have to worry about that here. They immediately, and I keep an eye. If any of these panels malfunction, I call them, or they already know, they come out and fix it at no cost. Zero cost. Which is freaking phenomenal. Here's the panels. This is now real. So they're pretty much 50%. Remember, it's not sunny out. They're producing at like 50. And these are all my panels. Now this little spot here, they couldn't put panels. I didn't need them though. And I can always add more because I have more roof. This is the garage. This is the back side of where I'm sitting, and this is the front side of where I'm sitting, right above me. I have another whole big piece of the house on the other side. But this is where the fireplace, the chimney from the wood stove is. So obviously they can't put panels close to it. So they avoided that area. That's what this empty spot is. That's that stovepipe going up, and they have to keep away from the heat of it. Which makes sense. But look, my panels are all, and they're all producing. On a cloudy day. Is it a cloudy day? You bet your ass it's a cloudy day. And they're still producing. Again, you're in Michigan? Oh my God, another 2 feet of snow. I know. Yeah, me too. I'm with you, Marianne. Because of the lack of sun. It's killing me. Well, not literally, but in the pocket. It is. Uh-oh, my cameras are toast. My cameras have lost. I gotta charge my cameras, all 3 of them, the rings. Oh, we got one, but that's not gonna show us. Damn. This is what it looks like outside the front of my house. You can see the panels on the garage though here. And on top of that, we're gonna get 2 more feet of snow. My God. Painful. And I gotta get ready for this storm. I gotta get my snow blower ready. I gotta get shit done. But I got tomorrow morning. I could do it. Or maybe I'll take a break now and get outside and get my firewood, because it goes all the way back up to here. You can see the snow. I'm getting low on my firewood now. And I use that wheelbarrow to fill it, because I made a trail from here to my tripod to do sky watches. I shovel this. That's why you can see the grass, kinda. But I have to go with the wheelbarrow this way and go to the other door, or come through here, because look how high this fucking snow is still. And we're gonna get 2 feet on top. Oh no, you can't see it. Wait. Look at that. The snow is still pretty high. There's still quite a lot of snow there. And we're gonna get 2 more feet on top of it. When is this shit gonna melt? But you see, it's cloudy. But I'm still getting 50% production on the panels. Despite it being cloudy, I'm still producing 50% on the panels. I just showed it to you. So there's a lot of, like I said, misinformation, misunderstanding when it comes to solar. Definite. Without a doubt. And it's definitely different in each state. The regulations. You don't know what I went through to get those panels. Inspections, roof inspections. I had my roof redone with shingles. That cost me money. So it costs money, but it also increases the value of the house. Putting panels on raises the value of your house by 13 to 17% where I live. So it actually increases the value of the home. It's an investment, and it saves money. I spent a lot of money to get the roof done. So, hey, you could have saved all that money by not doing your roof. Well, the roof needed to be done. It's going to be done no matter what, whether there were panels there or not. The roof's got to get done. And that also increases the value of the house. I put a new a panel in the garage, because they have to connect the solar. They have to do a whole bunch of stuff. So I put a new board in there. That's been upgraded. My house, all the work in this house, most of it, I did myself. Painted. You can't imagine how much work I put into this house. Can't imagine. Myself. This house, when I bought it 20 years ago, was a fixer-upper. I paid $170. I can't even tell you. It's tripled in value now. Tripled. Not doubled. Tripled. This is a hot spot commodity in New York. Why? Because I'm in it's a nice, beautiful area. But it's also a convenient place for people to buy, to commute to New York City to work. They do that, a lot of them. They buy the homes up here, and then they take the park and ride, and then they commute to New York City by train. They do that. So it's a hot spot. This is the kind of property they want for that reason. And, people that are retired and stuff like that. So it actually is definitely good. But I put a lot of work into this place, boy. A lot of work. Lot of work. Literally. I rebuilt this house, literally. And when you stand back and you admire your work and what you've done, it pays off. Oh, front door is offline. And the back door is offline. I got to charge those cameras. But even that one that I just showed you, I'm gonna explain, just showing this. See this deck behind me right here? It's outside this door. I built that deck by myself. And everything you build, you got to get permits. It has to be inspected. You got to go through the town, codes, all this bullshit. I built that deck by myself. You see the garage? You see this design? I did that. With mortar, brick, stain. You know how you see the pattern? I took a broken paintbrush handle. I put the mortar, not all at once, in sections. And then I just started to create my own pattern. I just started to make the lines on the mortar. Not when it was wet, you wait till it dries a little bit. And then when you make the lines, it creates like the debris coming from where you made the lines. I take a paintbrush and then I brush over the entire surface and smooth it out. Then you'll see that gray color, that's gray tint, stain. For concrete, for mortar. The white lines, same thing. I had to paint every one of those white lines individually with a very small paintbrush. Do you know how long it took me to do that garage all the way around? A month. That's just painting and doing it to look like that. You see the shingles on that garage? I put them on that roof. See the grass in front of the house? That was not like that when I moved here. That was fucking gravel, dirt. I put grass seed, dirt, straw. I made a yard in front of my house. Everything I see is like me. I did all that. Pretty much. The walkway that you can barely see by the wheelbarrow. Do you see it? That was dirt when I moved here. You see this concrete pavement thing here? That comes out the other front door? I did that. The whole front is that concrete. It's in front of the garage. It was dirt. I did all that. And you know how I did it? It is the most insane thing. I did with a mold. A freaking mold that was 2.5 feet by maybe 2 feet. Pouring concrete into the mold. It comes with I had 2 molds. Lifting them up, putting it next to the next spot, filling it again. That shit took me a year to do that entire property in front of the house and the walkway and coming to this door. That's a lot of work. Too bad the other cameras aren't on. I built the pool by myself. I redid the house. I redid the brick. I redid. And they are so impressed, like my neighbors that have been here for when I moved in. Bill, what you did to your house is unbelievable. So, nothing new right now. Like in this house, in this room, I did everything. Because when I bought the house, it was illegal what they were doing here. And I don't know who was living here, but I was told that there was Mexicans living in this house. I'm just telling you what I was told. I'm just being honest, brutally honest. So what they did, The door that connects to the rest of the house, that door, I'll explain it to you. I'll show you. It's better if I show you because it's hard to explain. That door was illegal. They made it into a fucking closet. They closed off. See, there's two front doors to this house. They closed that door off and made it into a closet. They made this into a studio apartment where I'm sitting right now, this big living room. They made it into a fucking studio apartment. Illegal. They separated the two sections of the house. Because this is an addition that was built like in 2000s, early 2000s. So, oh shit, I don't want to knock anything over. Over there, where the door goes to the other side of the house, that was a fucking closet. I had to, in order to buy the house, I had to take a sledgehammer and literally break through the closet wall that they had made to get into the other side of the house to make it legal. One family. They did some crazy shit here. I did the ceiling. I put that wood frame on the top. I, of course, painted. I put the shutters on the window. Now, where I'm sitting here, where you see all this equipment, there was a wall here. There was a wall. What they did is they made that section like their living room area. There was a wall that went across from here to there with a door. And they had a kitchen where I'm sitting. There's an actual kitchen over there, but I changed it. I made it into a laundry room. There was actually a full fucking kitchen right over there. There was a refrigerator. There was a gas stove. Everything. Of course, I got rid of it all. That's now the laundry room / pantry room. So I had to tear this wall out. I did that all by myself. And do you know what resulted from it? From the foundation of that wall? It was this bar that I built right here. I built the bar from the remnants of the framing of that wall. The bar evolved. This big bar that I built, because this was a bar at one time. That's why I have to build a platform that I'm sitting on to sit up so I'm high enough. I had to build a 2-foot platform that this chair is on. Because you'll see me, I have to step up and down just to get up here. Because this was a bar I built that could fit 4 comfortably. Because if this wasn't all here, you could all be chilling out here at the bar and the living room area is in the front, and you could watch the TV here sitting from the bar while everybody's sitting in the front. Originally, that was the plan. So I did all that. So much to do what I did here. You see the wood stove? I put the wood stove in myself. That was scary. That was scary to put this fucking wood stove in. You know why? First of all, I'd never done it before. Secondly, I had to cut my roof. I had to cut the roof to put that in. The wood stove. So I had to cut the top of the roof to make that pipe go through it. And I'm like, if I cut that wrong on the roof, I am absolutely screwed. Because then I'm going to have to redo the roof, rip all the shingles out, put new ply, do all the shit that you have to do and redo it all over again to put shingles. I'm like, this is a one-shot deal. If I screw this up, I am totally screwed. So I was up there, and because you got to remember, I'm doing measurements because everything is about measurements. I'm like, approximately how far from this point to there do I need to make the hole for the pipe to fit? Oh my God, I was freaking nervous wreck. Then the fire department and the insurance came to inspect it. And I did a boo-boo. It was resolved in a day, but this is another story in itself. So I did not put the heat shield back there. See the heat shield? The metal? It's got spacings for it to breathe. See that? And they came, fire department and the insurance company, and they said that you, because they can hold up your house. They can cancel your insurance. They may not insure you if it's not done right. It's a hazard. So they said, send us pictures, because they were here at the same time, the fire department and the homeowners insurance. Send us pictures when you fix this. That morning, I left the house, I swear to you. Actually, the door is, yeah, you're right. That's a good catch. But I went after they left because they came in the morning. I'm looking at flight radar. There's really nothing going on. I'm not seeing anything like. I'm not getting. And let me just check really quick before I continue my story. Let's see if anything new is coming. Nothing. It's quiet. Nothing. Just the main thing that they're talking about is this airport in Greece. Chania Airport in Crete, Greece. There's a lot of activity going on there with the United States with tankers and stuff. They're showing a video right now. I could show you guys. I'll download it. Let me download it. Oh shit, I was like, where's that coming from? It's the video. Somebody was in a plane. Yeah, it's somebody in the plane. Let me show you. Somebody took this video as they were landing or departing. Holy shit, look at all the fighters. Oh my God, this is revealing. They shouldn't even show this. Holy shit, look at the fighters. Of course the tankers, but oh shit. Those look like 35s to me. They could be some 22s there too. The one that was turned. Look at the cargo, they're actually doing it. Holy shit, that is crazy. I gotta see that again. It's a fucking warthog. 2 of them, at least. This is in Crete. Wow. Wow. That's revealing. That's revealing. That video is making its way around right now. Wow. That's Crete. But yeah, a lot of work. A lot of work. That was a lot. And I'm freezing right now. I need to go take a break. What time is it? Almost 2:30. Alexa, what time is it in Tehran? What's up, Mohammed? It's
11:06 p.m. in Tehran.
11:06. So I don't know. I mean, we can keep an eye on this. There's a lot of air traffic. That's a Voyager Fueler. RAF going back. Yep. It looks like even they are getting maybe their assets out of Qatar. The X, what is that? A Hercules. Oh, that's a helicopter. Oh, the U.S. has a helicopter out there. A Seahawk. Gotta wonder, where did that take off from? Right? We're not seeing the rest of the story here. Usually you'll see if there's a line, and then you'll see where it took off from. I'm not seeing that. That could be close to where the carrier is. I'm not even seeing the other line. That's interesting. Now, it's had its transponder off, but it might have left from the carrier. Maybe. There's more C-17s coming in. 2 more. 3 more. 4 more. They're still bringing stuff in. 5 more. Maybe 6. Oh, wait. Stop it. Stop. Yeah, there's another one. That's 5. Don't know what that is. Not available. But there's another one here. Wow, they're still bringing them in. A Clipper. I wonder who's on that. Here's another, maybe. Another one on the way. They're still bringing in a lot C-17s. I mean, we have a lot of fuelers there right now. I'm not expecting to see many more going over there. Wonder. That's fucking ridiculously quiet. They don't have their transponders on. That is... I wonder if something's going on with China. I'm really curious about that. That is weird not to see nothing. Not even Japan. I've never seen it like blank like that. Oh, where'd you go? Where'd you come from? Russia? Where? Oh, it just turned off. It looks like that might have... It looks like it was last seen by Turkey, but that might have came from Tehran. Where's this one going? I don't know where that is. Kigali. I have no idea where the fuck that is. Alexa, where is Kigali located?
Kigali is the capital city of Rwanda, located in the central part of the country.
Wow.
It's situated in a landscape of rolling hills, valleys, and ridges.
I just learned something. But there's still assets being moved in. That is unbelievable. But there's a lot of traffic out there. You know what I mean? So, even though we hear all kinds of information out there, it doesn't look like they're pulling back. Like, they just keep bringing stuff in. And that video from Crete, that's interesting. Alexa, shut off living room light. What's up, Greg? You're door dashing? But that video from Crete is interesting. The amount of stuff we have in Crete, just on Crete alone. That's, I mean, it's too bad Petros ain't here and John, some of our friends over there. That's an interesting, This just came out. Iran Foreign Ministry. Tehran classifies the naval and air forces of European Union member states as terrorist organizations in response to the European decision to classify the IRGC as a terrorist organization. So the foreign ministry just, Tehran classifies the naval and air forces of European Union member states, so the EU, as terrorist organizations. They just labeled the EU, Navy and Air Force, terrorist organizations. No, don't apologize. I just had to, I didn't want, it wasn't like I was picking on any individual. So I just said, you know what? Maybe I should do what Tusi does and have no mods. Now, Marco's a mod because I know Marco for 12 years.
Bro,
based on other stuff. What?
I'm taking the rest of that coffee. That's okay?
Of course.
Okay.
I don't know if there's any in there.
It's a little bit.
Take it.
Okay.
He knows when it comes to coffee. So yeah, like you'll see Marco and a mole. You know, I've known them for over a decade, but they're here from for many years. Me doing streams, and we've known each other, sky watching, all that stuff, UFO stuff. So you know, but I just wanted to. I didn't want anyone to say that I was particularly blaming anyone, but over the last few days, and this is just going across the board, I've been seeing complaints from chat. I thought this was about free speech. They're removing comments because we're disagreeing. And instead of having all that and back and forth where the mods are now fighting with the people in chat and vice versa, I don't want to put them in a position like that, and I don't want to put other people in a position like that. So it's easier just to remove that whole thing, remove it from the equation. It's not personal. I think it's just the best thing to do. Similarly to what like Tusi does. And I was like, I think that's the best solution. It's not an easy solution for me because I don't want people to take it personally, but I think it was the right thing to do because they're getting dragged into it. You mods are this, or the mods are, saying, well, you said this, and it becomes a back and forth thing when we should be all here as a collective. And my objective doing this, because I don't have to do this, I do this because I'm supporting the Iranian people. I am not a regime supporter, and I'm sure there might be some in there. And I think they have a voice too, whether I disagree with it. And I always say it's about respect. But I'm not going to silence somebody because they disagree with me. You've never seen me ban anyone yet, except for one. Because it was out of line. And he was a mod that I had known from, and I had to do it. Because he did things that were disrespectful to people. That crossed the line for me. I only banned one person. I have not removed anyone's comments in there. But then again, I'm not looking at chat constantly because I'm focused on trying to get all this other stuff that I'm doing on the other monitors. But then I'll look over and I'm saying, oh shit, what just happened? Oh, I'm sorry, Marco. I just activated his A device. But instead of having all that, and then it gets to the point where there's so much distraction happening, and it's taking away from the community aspect of it, and then the chaos involved, and then I got to see people say shit like that, free speech. I thought this was about free speech, and that just is like, that's just like to get under my skin, and I'm like, I don't need that bullshit. Because obviously, it's almost with sarcasm. Oh, but I thought this was about free speech. You're in United, Give me a break. Really? Give me a break. See, but Rob, not for nothing. You know by saying that you're going to trigger it. You know that, right? When you say those power-tripping fascist mods, that's going to trip them off. You know you're going to set them off by that. You know what I'm saying? So, and then when you get it back from them, then it just escalates. Then it goes back and forth. You know what I mean? So I that's why I did it too. I don't want you guys fighting with each other. I want everybody to get along peacefully, even though, like I said, we disagree. And I started the whole thing. Trump is meeting on the next time tonight. What? They're having a meeting with the Air Force commander. Now, what did Tusi post? What did he put up? And I am not here to criticize anybody else, or that I am not playing that game either. Shopping centers and petrol stations in Iran are packed. A civilian stock up on essentials. Some are taping windows. See, I saw that in the stream. Is that what you're talking about, his post? Which post are you talking about? Which post are you, Francis? Which one? Because I'm looking at his thing. I don't know which one you're referring to, Francis. I'm looking at his post, 2CTV. He mentioned that on his show earlier. That's like a clip from his show. Middle East oil and gas. Is he going live? Is that what you mean? Because I'm looking at X on his post. Maybe you meant like on his YouTube. Is that what you're talking about? He's going live soon? Oh, it's on X. I was just at X. Which one, though? I'm looking at 2CTV. I mean, I can show it on the screen, but I don't know which one we're supposed to be looking at. Because a lot of this he mentioned on his show. These are clips like taken from his show. Now that is interesting. I would have to look at the Department of State. But these are clips that he took from his show. I'm going to have to look at the Department of State now. Department of War, Department of State. I follow them. I'm not seeing anything. That's old. That's a repost. I'm not seeing anything on the Department of State site. I'm not seeing anything. So I don't know. I don't know where that's coming from. Let me look at Department of War. He's at Fort Campbell. I don't know if he's still there. I would think he's probably back at the White House near the Situation Room. I would not think he's still there. Yeah, that was this morning. Oh, that was yesterday. Today I returned to my old unit. Yeah, that's when he arrived. He cannot still be there. I'm sure he's probably back in D.C. now. So I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing anything that ties in with the post that Tusi put about this Department of War. That doesn't mean it's not, that they didn't do it somewhere. I'm just not seeing it. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, no, I did see it earlier. Oh, he's posted that Trump has been... Yeah, that's actually probably happening right now. That was this morning that was out, that he was meeting with the Air Force. And that he wasn't going to go to Mar-a-Lago. He changed his plans to stay back to have that meeting. UK report is posting about Iran NOTAMs. That's been... People have been talking about that also. There were 6 of them today. Somebody said that earlier. Tusi posted an hour ago. 10:15 today, the next statement, but not Trump's actions. His patience has run out 1,000,000 times. Yeah, I mean... But you got to remember, there's talk out there that they're compromising on the zero enrichment. There's a rumor out there that's going around with that. But then again, you got to take, like I always say, you got to take it with a grain of salt because there's no way to really confirm from a source. Do you think that anybody in the inner circle around the president is going to leak something out like that unless somebody's purposely putting it out there to put it out there? It makes no sense unless they're doing it on purpose, but not somebody on the inner circle, but somebody else to throw that out there. Who the hell knows? You know? It's fatiguing. It can get you fatigued. See, like this one. Trump changed his mind to spend the weekend in Florida and decided to stay in the Oval Office at the White House for meetings. And we know what that meeting is. And this is the NOTAMs an hour ago. This is what the Daily Iran News is showing. Iranian Air Authority issues NOTAMs for 6 points across the country. So I think that might be what you were referring to. Mohammed. So that might have been what you were referring to with the NOTAMs. Wow. The U.S., I'm just going to show you. You want me to just go through some of this stuff? Because I'm going to get off soon because I'm exhausted and I got to do things around the house. The U.S. has moved over 400 aircraft to Europe and the Middle East in preparation for an attack. I mean, these are the posts, if you want to see some of them. And then you'll see comments coming from people that pro-regime, anti-regime, yeah, this is what I just read about the foreign minister of declaring the navies and air forces, all the European Union members states, to be terrorists. I just read that, but that's what it's referring to. So, and X is bombarded with propaganda. Oh my God, is it bombarded with propaganda? Oh my God. It's too much. And this is old. The Gerald Ford has arrived in the Middle East with at least 4 E-2D Hawkeye aircraft on deck. War appears increasingly inevitable. And this is what I was talking about earlier. This is the misleading stuff that's out there that's confusing. Iran says, I have heard nothing from U.S. people on this side, even though they're quoting U.S. officials. Iran says U.S. officials have accepted their red line of continuing to enrich uranium, and both sides are seeking a fast deal, per Bloomberg. This is what the hell was going on earlier. A lot of it. And that's why people are like, whoa, what happened? What do you mean the deal? The compromise? The United States is going to not go to zero enrichment anymore? What is this? We're going to allow them to? There's a deal in the works? That's what started all that. And this is one that Tusi refers to a lot. He uses this as a source a lot. Iran International. You'll see there that on his clips. You'll see a lot of those. It's Iran International. He thanks them too. This was 1 minute ago. This is another clip. It's a combination, actually. So it's a compilation of the videos that came out earlier. All these people have to be careful, man. They are monitoring them. They facial recognition. They are literally risking their lives. Literally risking their lives. Literally. They are putting themselves at risk. There's no other way to say it. Yeah, we just talked about that. Designating EU states as terrorists. This is 2 hours ago. Look at this shit. Tehran's posture increasingly resembles that of an embattled state that sees greater odds of survival in confrontation rather than compromise. One that views a decisive clash not as a catastrophe, but as a potential turning point. Wow. But remember, this is opinionated. And that's why you got to be careful when you look at some of these things. Lebanon's... Oh, these are comments now. No, that's actually not. Lebanon's Hezbollah has been effectively taken over by officers from Iran's IRGC. And I think Tusi said something about that the IRGC is now in control of Hezbollah in Lebanon. As Tehran prepares for war with the United States and Israel. Al Arabiya reported citing sources close to the Lebanese group, the Revolutionary Guard officers, some of whom recently arrived in Lebanon from Iran, are tasked with rebuilding Hezbollah's military capabilities and have been personally briefing Hezbollah fighters across Lebanon. So, again, I hate when they cite sources or cite officials. Who? A secretary? Like, who is the source? I can't stand it. And I don't want to show anything graphic. I do not. So, you know what I mean? So you see a lot. This is old. This is old. Transited through the Strait of Gibraltar Friday. You know, this is kind of old news. So depending, there are many outlets, and I monitor, actually, seriously, I monitor the other side just to see what they're saying. The rhetoric coming from the other side. It is, and I don't even want to show you because I'm afraid of what you might see. Because some of it is just downright, I mean, offensive to the core. There's two of these, though. This one, I think, is the more moderate one. Israel has detected massive movements of Hezbollah's rocket arsenal, which is preparing to participate in the regional war. Well, if Israel sees that, they're taking that shit out. We saw about that. You see how things make the rounds on numerous platforms? And some of this is getting old now. The Chinese satellites showing this. That's it. That's bullshit. It's probably some other source. So, you know what I mean? You got to take everything with a grain of salt when you look at this stuff. You have no idea some of the stuff that's out there that is, you do not want to share it because it's so graphic and it's bad. Both sides. What is the other global radar showing? How likely would it be kind of last minute deal offered to disturb the game plan? 1, 0, 0.1. Oh my gosh. I need a laugh too. Right? Yeah, Starmer. I talked about that earlier. That's so confusing. But you know what? Let's look at, because you mentioned it with Starmer. The president will say, I'm just making this up, you know. If he's on the phone with him, listen, either you get your shit right and you show some balls, I'm saying it, show a spine, or I'm going to go publicly and destroy you. I am going to make your life a miserable hell. Because he can do that. He can make posts. He can talk about it live. I think Starmer needs to go. I think the people in the UK need to find a better leader to represent them. He can go all out. So Starmer better be careful. Because the president will come after him. And as far as not allowing us to land and use bases, let him try that. Let him try that. Listen, I don't know what the hell is going on in the UK. I don't live there, but all I know is when people are telling me that, like Frankie last night, saying that you can't even fly your flag because it might offend other people. What? If somebody told me to take down my United States flag in front of my house, we got problems. Oh, we got problems. Or I can't say Happy Christmas because it might offend others. Oh, well, screw that. What am I supposed to say? Happy holidays? And depending on the person I speak to, if they're whatever, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, whatever it is. It depends, like, if I'm talking. But for me, it's Merry Christmas. People don't like it, it's too bad. You don't have to like it. But I'm going to say Merry Christmas. What, are we that sensitive now? Oh, you can't say that. Well, why can't I? Are you kidding me? And I got to be fearful of saying it? To offend other people? Listen, if you get offended on something as that, then we've got problems. We've got problems. Do you know what I mean? I mean, give me a break. I know. I saw that. Jerry, if I say your name wrong, I apologize. As if Trump would give a shit about... Exactly. You think he gives a... Listen, he'll land... He will... If he played that game like with Diego Garcia, the United States will just take over the fucking base, the island. They'll just take it over. Then Starmer, do something now. Do something. Open your mouth now. I mean, that guy is a joke because he's so scared about pissing people off inside the UK, which was caused by the political movement there. You wouldn't have that problem to appease and fear the element that you're obviously appeasing to. What is that? Show some spine. I mean, my God. That is a disgrace. That is a disgrace. That is a disgrace. And if I was a UK person, I would... Oh, my God. And, like, censoring what you say and what you... Are you kidding me? What happened to the UK? What happened? That is crazy. I gotta make a fire because I'm freezing. I gotta make a fire, like, right now. And trust me, we have the same kind of nonsense in some places here in the United States, too. Oh, it's not like it's just happening over there. I'm not trying to say that the United States doesn't have its problems too, because we do. But like, I don't see that stuff where I live. You know, I don't experience that here. Thank God. And even if I say that on my stream, thank God. I'm a Catholic. I say that often. Thank God. It might offend people. I'm not going to be offended if you guys say something, if you're not religious or religious, that's your business. You know what I mean? I'm not going to push what I believe onto other people. That's just how I was raised, and that is my belief system. But that's me. That's not you, or you, or you. What you do is your business. It's none of my business to interfere what you do or judge you. That's your business. Who am I? Who the fuck am I to tell people who to pray to and who not to pray to? Are you kidding me? But that is freedom. Freedom of choice. But when you tell me I can't, then we got problems. Then we got problems. That's when Frankie told me that last night, I was like shocked. I was shocked. You can't say that. You can't do this. What? What the hell is going on? And then people wonder why they get angry and they create this hate and stereotyping. Because it starts from the top. They need to set the example. If they allow it, it does. It sets a really bad precedent. It really, really does. I mean, my God. And I don't know how it works in the UK. How long is Starmer in office? How does that work? The Prime Minister. How does that work over there? How could you get rid of him? What's the process like in the UK? I don't know. But I would think the people in the UK need to do something. Oh, I know. You know, I don't know. I don't know how it works. No, I had my voice in already, see? But this was last night. Yes. Helmet, I've been waiting for you for that. You know, I got my supply. You made me think about it last night. This is empty. This was last night. I'm not doing another. Last night was rough for me. See, look. Franziskaner. Weissbier. See? I was thinking of you. My German friend. You think I was kidding? Yeah, I know. Starmer rejected the USA. Yeah, I know. I need a herbal. All right, so the Israeli Security Committee will convene tomorrow at 1900, so 7 p.m. local time. That should be interesting. Too bloody long, huh? Are you serious? Wait a minute. Wait. You guys got to educate me. You got to educate me here. He can't be replaced. He has to resign? Wait a minute. How does that work? That doesn't make sense to me. Yes, it is Bavarian. My best friend in high school, junior high school, I grew up with him. I'm like an honorary German. I'm not even kidding when I say that. Growing up with Mike. Wait a minute. Hold on. Alexa, turn on the light.
Got it.
Explain to me, because I have absolutely zero, I'm not pretending to know. How does it work with the prime minister? How does that work? But he can be forced out. But don't you have elections for the prime minister every certain amount of years? Explain. Can somebody just tell me how this works? How the prime minister becomes the prime minister? Is it voted by the parliament and not by the people? Or do the people have a voice in how does that, can somebody just give me a short, detailed explanation on how the prime minister becomes the prime minister? It's complex. The only way he can be removed is with a vote of no confidence. So that's by parliament members. So the parliament has to do it. The members of parliament. Am I right? Oh, election. Thank you. Thaddeus, thank you for telling me. So there's an election every 5 years. So how long has he been there now? The party is voted, not the person. He voted by the party he belongs to. Oh shit, I just got confused now. Wait a minute. The party is voted, not the person. If he voted, I am lost. Okay, so you got elections in 3 years. That's a long time from now in the UK. Oh, Jesus Christ. So they're going to try to find a way to get him out. Is that what I'm getting? You guys got to figure out a way to get him out. 4 more years? Oh my God. Oh my God. You know, I'm just going to... Like I told earlier, I do have English blood. It's only 6%. Because the Spaniard family, royal, married into the English royal noble thing in my family. Hundreds of years ago, to establish some connection between Spain and England. This is fucking crazy, but it's true. But England is so rich with history, tradition. I mean, the monarchy, all of it. I would, if I was a person that, because I'm looking at, this is my heritage. This is my homeland. This is unfucking acceptable to be going on in the UK. Thinking about the incredible history, even dealing with Scotland or whatever, just the history of England throughout the world. And it's come to this now? Oh my God. Do you know what I mean? All right, time out. When the Tories... All right, wait. Before you guys... I'm learning. You're educating me right now. Because when Tusi does this, I don't really watch them because I'm not familiar with the UK stuff. Maybe I should. All right, time out. The Tories were in power. Most of these wasn't voted in by the public. And we vote for the parties. Oh, so you vote for the parties. So party members. So they have the power. Labor was voted. He was voted by Labor members to lead power. So is Labor the liberal or the conservative party? Francis, is Labor the conservative, or it sounds like they're the liberal side of the party? The people voted in Labor Party. He is the leader of that party, so he becomes prime minister. What's up, Cluster? So if enough vote no confidence, the leader can be changed. Didn't that happen recently with someone? Someone was no confidence. Labor are Dems, so they're liberal. Cluster, I had to remove all the mods. All of them. Because there was too much infighting. I didn't want to pick on any specific individual, so I just removed them all and said I'm going to do the Tutsi way. Because it was going back and forth the last few days. It's been going back and forth, like mods against the people coming in, the people coming in against the mods. I said, you know what? I need to eliminate this whole thing to prevent this from happening anymore. It was not personal to any individual. I just said I'm removing them all. So I don't have to deal with that anymore. I just can't. I have to focus on this. We should be focused on this. I can't be putting out fires in a chat room. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Tory are conservative. So right now, who's the majority party in the UK? The Tories or the Labour? I'm trying to learn something here. I'm seriously interested. I know how it works here, obviously. Well, wait, I want to hear more about this. You guys are actually giving me an education. I love it. I love to learn. And you guys know what you're talking about. It was getting... Yeah, it was. I don't even want to approach this anymore. Clerkster, how the hell are you? Oh my God, I haven't seen you in God knows how long. Where have you been? He's an old friend for like over a decade. Clerkster, how the hell? He's in the UK. Oh my God, it's great to see you. All right, there are many parties, including independents. Yeah, we have independent party here. You used to be able to choose what you wanted to vote. By the way, they lean left or right, but now they flip-flop. Labor's in charge, so that's why Starmer's in charge. They're the leading party, so they get to choose who they represent for their party. Is that how it works? So he's chosen by the Labour Party to lead the party because they're in the majority. Am I getting that right now? Labour has the majority in the House. I get that. Was Labour? Man, a stink bug just burnt up in my fire. That's not good. Not good at all. Was Labour at last session, but polls now say reform. In new polls in the UK, the party Reform is now the biggest party. Okay, but the Reform Party is a conservative party similar to MAGA. But then how is Labour get to... But if they're the biggest party, how come they don't have representation and they don't get to choose? Because they have to wait till he's out? Whether he's forced out or resigns? Damn, you guys got a lot. I messaged Sepp yesterday. He's okay. It was brief. I'm trying to reestablish communication with Sepp. That was all my fault. And I feel so fucking bad about it. But he told me that he's okay. Him and Mom are okay. It's not like we haven't stopped. We don't talk at all. I sent him a message. It was yesterday at noon. I said, hey, Sep, I hope you and your mom are well. And he said, yeah, we're fine. Hope the same is for you. And that was it. But I pray for him and his mom and family and all that. But I don't know anything other than that. All right, let me get back to this. Yeah, Lorenzo, that's all I know. That's the last message between the two of us was yesterday. Starmer was leader of Labour before last election. I know. The only way I can make you add a link is by making you a mod. Labor is or was for the working class. The only way to get rid of Starmer is if the king dissolve. Oh, that's not going to happen. He's not dissolving Parliament. That ain't happening. Well, regardless, I'm getting a better understanding. You have to find a way to get him out. The other members have to get the no confidence vote to find a way to get him out. That's the only, I think that's the only way this could happen right now. Or he resigns. Let me ask you guys this question. With everything that's going on in the UK, do you foresee him, yes or no? Do you see him resigning? In reality, there is a complete division. Well, there's division here too. The country is divided into pieces that have their own MIs. We vote for the MP in our constituency. If they get the most votes, they become a parliament member. The party with the most parliament member run the country with their party elected prime PMs. Parties can form coalitions as well. Oh, Jesus Christ. He won't resign? He likes the power? So he's an egotistical person is the way it's coming across. He's got an ego. He's probably very arrogant. I don't know him. And he's saying, F you. He's power hungry. The other Labour MP are worse. Oh, what? They're worse than him? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Yeah, that's true. Here in the United States, it's the two parties. But believe it or not, the independent party represents 30% in this country now. You need that independent vote. I've been saying that. Marco knows I've been saying that. You need that independent vote. Independents put President Trump in the White House. It was independents. Hispanics, African American, Dems that said hell no to Kamala and crossed party line and voted for the president. So independents do mean a lot here in the United States. I know the Davos thing. One factor PM is the most hated PM in history with the lowest. Wow. And I thought shit was crazy in this country. Maybe it's not so bad, considering what I'm seeing all of you say. Maybe to put pressure, Mark. Maybe. But he did it across the board. It wasn't targeted to the UK. But again, all the president has to do is say, we are having issues dealing with the UK at this moment because of Starmer. I think the people of the UK or those in Parliament, however this works over there, need to make change. And I don't know if they would want his influence in that involved directly, I don't know how they would respond to that. But there could be ways to apply pressure, is what I'm saying. But that is crazy. The other Labour MPs are terrible. It's a disgrace they are anywhere near the top of government positions. And you have to wait every 5 years to vote for those people too? Jesus Christ. No, even if he left, none of the others in Labour are any different. So they would just replace him with another one of them, because the Labour Party is in the majority, so they would just replace him with another one of the fucking Labour Party people who could end up being worse. That's even worse. So you're stuck. You're stuck. Andy's saying it too. Andy's a dear friend of mine. Wow. Wow. That ain't good. And if you're stuck with him, we're stuck with him. Really? Tusi just said he can... I'm glad... I don't like to step on Tusi's toes, because what Tusi does is Tusi. You know what I mean? But somebody Birdman just said, Tusi said he can confirm communications completely cut off in certain parts of Iran. Holy shit. Maybe we need to pay attention. What time is it? But it's late now. It's getting late. It's like midnight, I think, in Iran. Something like that. Oh my God. I feel for you people. That is cray. All right. Well, he also put this out. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong account. I'm looking at 2CTV. I'm looking at 2CTV. Maybe I'm not looking at the right place. He just put a video out. Brave Iranians still out in Abnanan tonight. That's what I see. Why would they replace Starmer? He is more popular indicated than Trump is in the U.S. Why isn't anyone replacing Trump? But I just heard from other people, the majority in here, that say he's not popular. Chris said in Discord, I should be paying attention to the Discord, but it's so much for me to focus on. Now, as far as them bringing him on the audio, that's a different story. I can't believe... I'm going into the chat now, the general chat. I'm not seeing where Chris posted that. Oh, it's that account. Okay. Now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. I was looking at the 2CTV. That's why. Thank you for that. Thank you. I was wondering, where is he posting this? Thank you. Oh my God. The video that he posts. Oh my God, what is that? Punch, the viral orphan baby monkey, has somehow acquired a pistol that is firing at monkeys who... Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, that's crazy. Wow, Tusi put up 32 minutes ago. I've lost 2 school friends in the uprising. Real Iranians don't mourn during war. This is not the time to cry or show defeat. When the war is over, then there will be a time for tributes. Wow. Yeah, that's deep. And I see the alert that he shared from another person. He reposted this and he says, I also can confirm this. 5 minutes ago he posted it. He shared the post. I'm gonna follow the person that shared the he shared the post of. I'm gonna put it on this. I think you people should follow that person that he shared the post with. Seems communication is completely cut off in some parts of Iran again. So they're doing the blackout thing again. That's old. Nightly uprising of the brave people of Murmuri. The youth of Murmuri have taken control of the entire city. Not a single IRGC remains. They have all gone towards Abdanan. Let's check it out. The people want change, man. Wow. Wow. And Tusi said that he can also confirm it. That's what, like you guys said, he did. Tusi put it out there. He can also confirm this. That was 7 minutes ago. So you guys are sharp. Good catch. Hopefully he goes live again, because I need a break. I need to go chill out and eat dinner with Tusi. I'm not kidding. I've been sitting here for hours. I need a little break. Uh-oh, there's more telegrams coming out. Hold on. Yeah, Iran says a lot of shit, but has the president made any statements, or Rubio, or anybody else about this so-called red line they compromised on? No. Keep talking. They're doing that on purpose to say that there was such a thing when there was never such a thing, so they could say there was, and the United States didn't agree or do it. It's such bullshit. I gotta say it like that. It's just blatant bullshit. So yeah, the Israeli Security Cabinet will convene at 1900 local time, so 7 o'clock tomorrow night in Israel. That's what came out just now. I mean, we got to be able to call the bullshit when it's bullshit, right? I would hope. Bill, a friend of mine called me on. He says tankers are taking off from... Dude, did you see that video, though? From Crete? Did you see what somebody took on a plane? Then they filmed it? I'm like, holy shit, what's up with Crete? What's going on? Look. The music is horrific, whoever's playing. Warthogs, tankers. So the tankers don't surprise me taking off. They're there. Look at them. They're there. Fighters, look at them. I can't tell if those are 35s or 22s. They look like 35s, but they could be 22s. Have you guys ever seen one of these up close and personal? Have you? It is amazing. Look at this. This was earlier. Somebody took this video. That is crazy. So when you say that, that doesn't surprise me. F-35s, right? Have you guys ever seen one up close and personal, like in an air show? Oh my God. I seen both, the 22, and I'm gonna tell you, the people in UK, I have to tell you, your Red Arrows are the most amazing group that I've ever seen coming from another country. And I've seen a few. I've seen the French, the Canadians. The Red Arrows is something you should be very proud of. They are absolutely freaking amazing. And I love the way in an air show how they're talking to each other, because you could hear it. I love the Red Arrows. I love the Red Arrows. And I believe me, I've seen the Thunderbirds and the Blue Angels, and that they're beautiful. I was super impressed with the Red Arrows. Chris, you forgot I put pictures in Discord. Which ones? Oh yeah, no. I showed the ones that you shared with me with the air show. Yeah, I saw them. How much American equipment was burned by Ukraine? I don't know what you mean by that. Burned? We're being very careful. A matter of fact, I was told by a Ukrainian officer. I had communication with him. I haven't talked to him in like a month. He was on the front lines. You know what he told me? And I wrote to my congressman based on what he told me. I did. Do not send any money. He told me this. And it's coming from the ground. They're corrupt. He was telling me this. Tell them don't send those missiles that could reach Moscow, because some will use it. That scared me. It's reported that 50 fighters left UK for Middle East this week. Well, we were seeing that activity. That's why all those fuelers were up by the UK near Mildenhall. I saw that earlier in the week, midweek. I saw that. We were here. We were talking about it. That's why I was saying, guys, are you looking at up above you? What's going on? There's a lot of movement coming from the UK. A lot. One morning, I looked at Flight Radar. The UK was packed. Packed. I never saw so much traffic over the UK. And American tankers. And the Voyagers, your tankers. They were moving a lot. I was like, holy shit. So yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, weapons. Yeah. That's the thing. And you know what? That's the reality. People could say whatever, but I like going to sources direct and hearing it from them themselves. I like to go to the source. I called. I actually contacted. I have the letter somewhere on my computer that I wrote out before I sent it to my rep. It concerned me. I was worried. The things he told me made me worry in a private conversation. Seriously. And I support Ukraine. I got my Ukraine flag there. I support the people of Ukraine. Again, there's that civilian word. All right, hold on. Let me see. I don't remember what channel it's on. It's not on this one. I am freaking hungry. They ate my chips. I gotta go back out. I got 1 can of phony Pringles. My supply went down big time last night because of Mom. They ate my stuff. So eventually I'm gonna have to make a munchie run. I got plenty of Red Bull type stuff. I'm stacked with that. Like I need it right now, right? Look how hyped up I am and I'm tired. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? I'm a hyper person. Okay, it's the big video. This was 2019 air show. But I want to show you. And I get all fucking excited at the air show. Oh my God. I lose it. And I get VIP. Like that. It's the VIP badge. Flightline VIP. I don't play. I love my air shows. But I won't go to every year unless there's something different going on. Okay, here for you guys in the UK. You should be very honored and prideful of this. This is when I filmed them. We'll put the sound too, but I can't because there's music. Hold on.
Go somewhere? Your daughter or something?
Here we go. Look at the red arrows, baby. The red arrows.
This is freaking awesome.
You see what I'm saying? The red arrows. They were amazing.
What does it say? Royal Air Force.
That's my voice on my friend. This is badass. I can't say it enough. Badass. You should all be proud.
Yeah. Here they go. They're making the turn.
I'm literally right there at the front line because I pay for it. It's as close as you're going to get.
They're 9? That is freaking awesome. Yeah, there's always a two-seater.
Yep, the red arrows, baby. The red arrows. They are amazing.
Right?
And they did all these formations. These are the red arrows. They're beautiful.
Thank you for picking it up.
I love the communication.
Answering it, whatever.
Love it.
Wow, this is like freaking awesome, bro. Oh, here we go.
Love it. They're enjoying themselves.
Upside down at 2,500 feet in the Lancaster roll. Now some of you may think the Lancaster roll.
Wow.
Badass. Did you? Clean cut? Yeah, I seen that. I saw that show. That might have been... Wait a minute, Chris, where are you? Chris, you're in the United States, right? Yes, they are. I honestly think they are definitely the top. One of them. I mean, I might be biased, with Angels and Thunderbirds, but they are top 3 in that group. Definite.
Looks like an arrow.
Look,
They're doing an arrow.
they did the Concorde formation. They did all kinds of stuff, man. They're great. I'm telling you, they're freaking phenomenal.
You know they're having a ball.
See? Just by listening to them, you could tell. But I don't want to, this is a long video. But the arrows were amazing. Look at this. You should be very proud of your arrows. For real. You should be very proud. It is a great representation of the UK. All right, hold on. That's a stunt. Let me show you something, though. Yeah, this bad boy. This is a bad boy. The 35 is a bad boy. Bad boy. It did things I couldn't believe it was doing. I want to show you it, and then I'll stop. If I find it. Remember, I'm right there. It's like, fuck. Nope, it's before that. Hold on. I gotta find it. What the maneuver it did. And you feel that. You definitely hear it.
Listen to the power of that. That's unbelievable.
Let me take my camera off.
Mike, I hope you're getting this.
It's coming. Wait till you see this maneuver. I was like, this is sick. This is it. Maybe. Nope, this ain't it yet.
Yeah, we need some Slayer or Metallica or something.
Wait till you see this maneuver. Wait, I'm waiting for it. So I don't want to skip and then miss it. Six times the speed of sound.
Oh, imagine he broke the sound barrier. That'd be insane. Yeah. Bang, bang. Where'd he go?
All right, here it's coming. I lost him.
I see him.
I don't know if it's this pass. Nope, it's not this pass. It's so fast, it's hard for me to keep up, I swear.
Oh my God.
Wait till Iran gets a hand of these, boy. They don't know what's coming.
That was awesome.
Iran's gonna be... They're gonna experience this. A lot of them, too.
Yeah, he's way up there.
And that's not even counting the 22. Wow. It's coming. When I lose sight of him. Wait till you... Oh. It's coming. Wait, I was freaking out when I saw this. The maneuver.
Heck yeah. Motley Crue. Kick, start, yeah.
Oh. I love air shows. I swear I love them.
That is a wicked, wicked plane. Yeah. Wow. He just did a three. I just want to chant USA, USA.
It's coming. Uh-oh. Oh, the Pakistani Air Force carried out airstrikes on something. I don't know. I gotta read it. It's coming now, because I remember saying that. Yeah, this is when I lost sight of him. Then he comes. It's coming. It's coming. This is not far from my house.
That is so intense. This thing went all the way from over in front of us to all the way behind the mountain. But when he went by just below the speed of sound, that was like outrageous. He's coming around. He's coming around.
He's coming around.
He should be like right over there by now. Yep. Here he comes.
This could be it. Not yet. When he comes back around. It's coming now.
Look how fast. He's like gone. Right away. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. imagine in combat with that? I mean, wow.
This was 2019. Here it comes. This is it. Oh, not yet. Not yet. Shit, fuck.
Nice.
It might be this turn. When he comes back. Not yet. Not yet. My God, though. Oh. Oh my God. This is it. This is it. It's coming. It's coming. I was shocked when I saw what's coming up. I was shocked. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing. I believe it's when he comes back. I don't remember. It's 5, 6 years, 7 years ago now. This could be it. Come on. Not yet. It's when he's coming the other way, I think. It's not this angle, it's when he's coming from the other direction. Good luck, Iran. You got to deal with a lot of these.
That's incredible.
It should be coming, man. Maybe. This could be it. This is it. Look at this. It looks like he's hanging in the air. Check this out. Look at this.
Look at him. He's just hanging there.
Look at this shit.
Oh my God, that's intense. That is outrageous.
Look at that. That blew my mind. When I saw that, that blew my mind. That blew my mind. Because it looked like he was just hanging in the air. That is such an impressive, and I saw the 22. Don't get me wrong. I like the 22 too. Love it. I love the 35. 35 is my favorite. Anytime either one comes into the area, I'm going to go see them. It's so freaking amazing. I saw something about Pakistan strikes. What the hell's going on with that? Still a lot of air traffic. The Pakistani Air Force carried out airstrikes against terrorist targets inside Afghanistan. That's what came out. It's like the whole region wants to light up. It's very concerning. Here's a picture of that's what I just seen on here. I seen somebody mention it in chat. Oh, of course China's helping Iran, so are the Russians. Ask the Venezuelans what they thought about it. I don't think Maduro was too happy about the Chinese and Russian help. But this is not Venezuela. Okay. Let's see what you guys are saying. Imagine what it feels like to be in there. Hell yeah. Dan. Yes, Cap. There are reports that Pakistan is hitting targets in Afghanistan. Type in mock loop whales in YouTube if you want to see aircraft flying in the valleys. First I want to see what Andy's sending me. I'm going to definitely watch this later. I'm going to give it a thumbs up so I can watch it. What did you say now? Type in mock loop whales. There's different years though, but I'll put that. Oh, hell yes. I would love to be there. Is this with the F-15? Oh my God. See, I love this shit. I can't share it on the screen because it's watermarked. Wow. I'm
flight of 500 feet, 500 knots is north of the loop, northbound for
ha 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 ha. The F-35. Wow, look at that.
Reaper 1, flight of 4, 2 F-15s, 2 F-35s is established in the low-fly structure north of the one valley north of the mill. We'll hit the CADs and circle back to the mill.
Not for nothing though, the F-15 handles its own, you know. I mean, look what Iran has, F-4s. It's fucking Vietnam. Could you imagine the Iranian Air Force going up against this? Whether it's the Israelis or us, they are so fucking toast. It's not even... Oh my God.
Reaper is departing to the east. Still on.
Wow. Excellent. I'm gonna have to do some watching. I don't want to watch this all right now, but I gotta give it a thumbs up and subscribe so I can watch it later. All right. Anyway, what's going on in here? I think I'm gonna take a break. I need a break. Anyone heard? No, I haven't. It is the one going through the valley, John. I'm going to have to do more research on that. when I have time. Clarkster, it's great to see you again, dude. It really is. I'm glad to see you. It's been a long time. Yeah, I haven't seen Rabbit in a while. Anyway, is Tusi going live? What time is it in the UK? Like 5:02. So, I mean, what am I saying? 9:02. Yeah, he doesn't have any upcoming right now. He'll probably will later. I'm not seeing any information right now, like, so this could be a good time to take a little break. The day is still young. It's only 4 o'clock here. Oh my God. They're putting out some crazy shit. Other than that, there's not really much coming out. I'm gonna check 2 more things, and I'm gonna probably get off for a little bit. I gotta get ready for a major snowstorm. Blizzard. Potentially 2 feet of snow again. No new news here. It's quiet. I'm gonna check the globe. I hit the wrong thing. We have to go to Glint. We need Glint. Nothing new. We want all. See, they keep it updated, but this, you have to hit topic. Go to Iran. Because otherwise it'll put all kinds of shit in there. We know about that. Yeah, who said this? White House ready to offer Iran token nuclear enrichment instead of all-out war. Who is reporting this bullshit? Yeah, this is one. This is the video we were just watching earlier. A large number of American attack aircraft spotted in Greece, base in Crete. We already showed that video that already came out. It's just coming out here on other platforms. See, there's X. This connects a lot of different accounts, Telegram. But it keeps it updated, which is pretty cool. But I'm not buying this bullshit. Who's it? Who's it coming from? Who's saying this? I haven't heard anything from any U.S. real officials. According to unnamed U.S. officials. Right there, that's shady. Shady, unnamed U.S. officials. Give me a freaking break. Shady. Oh, is he? Is that his mom's birthday? Good for him. God bless him for that. Let me look at... Wait a minute. Let me just check something. The British government is considering removing foreign... Oh, okay. Let's see if this updates anything. Heavy Pakistani rocket shelling of the Helmand, southern Afghanistan. Heavy rocket shelling is the same thing. Coinciding with Pakistani aerial movement over the region. Oh, it's not going to load it. Okay. Wow, so that did happen. See, they update the map. The oil, this is 8 hours ago. The oil market is in the middle of its strongest starts of the year since... Yeah, okay. Oh, God, Jesus Christ. The propaganda is insane. At least 18 killed in Lebanon. There's so much stuff. But this is pretty cool because it updates. Oh, so they did some military tests too. They conducted their first air-to-air strike. Turkey. Yeah, I don't buy this though. I'm not buying that article at all. It's cool because it takes you right to the X article. It's pretty cool with this. You guys want this link? I work from home, buddy. I work from right here. But I do actually have work to do later. I'll put that link to that if you guys want it. The glint thing. You can mess with it. I gotta take my baby outside too. A fleet of U.S. military planes were seen Saturday on Leias Air Base in Portugal. Interesting. Oh, that's different. Okay. That's it right now. Because this gives you the feed of like the latest news. What's going on in UK? We saw that already. I thought I saw another dot. I did. Starmer out by February 28th? What is that? Oh, that's betting. They're betting on it. They're betting on it. Oh my God. That's like betting. That is crazy. It's up. It's going up. Poly Market, probably. It is. Poly Market. Look, people are betting on Starmer to get out by the end of the month. That's what they say about U.S. strikes on Iran. How do I click it? Can I? What does it say? Current is 83. So it's actually down a little bit. Jesus Christ. So people are betting in the UK that he'll step down. What is this over here? Will Manchester City win? Oh, it's more betting. Oh my gosh. That is crazy. I put the link for this in chat. I lost like $5 to that 3 weeks ago. Oh my gosh. It does tweets. It includes Telegram. It's not just tweets. It's actually a few different sources. Like, that's tweet. You'll see when it says Telegram and all that shit. But this is... Like the other one was Telegram. But it didn't take me. Like, there was a Telegram in here. But it's pretty cool. See? Telegram. So it's definitely X and Telegram, to say the least. I'm trying to see if they use another one. No, they just use those. Still, it's good. Well, this is different. Anyway, it's time for a break for me. I gotta eat. I haven't eaten. And if anything goes on, I'll be back. I'll monitor. Anyway, you lovelies. I know I'm getting that kind of vibe from many of you about Starmer, and it's not good. The vast majority of you are saying Starmer is no bueno. No bueno. And I will take your word for it. Based on the majority saying it. I mean, law of averages tell me that. Anyway, I'm going to take a break. I have to. I got to prepare for a freaking snowstorm. It's getting dark. I got to do things before it gets dark. I got to check for gas supply, all this stuff. So, love to all of you. Be well, be blessed, be safe. I'll be back later, maybe. If anything, if sometime in the next few hours. In the next, because I get bored. So I'll be back in a little while. But anyway, love to everybody. Be well, be blessed, be safe. And see everybody later. Yeah, I know, dude. Dusty. 2 feet. I can't show you my weather because then it would reveal my location. You know what I'm saying? It's in the Northeast. New England. It is. This is what they're forecasting. Oh my God, I got a ton of messages. What the fuck is all this? It's amazing how I was visiting the Burger King site and then they send me shit. It's unbelievable how they monitor. Okay, hold on. We have a winter storm warning. It's 42 degrees right now. From 1 tomorrow afternoon to 6 at night, Monday. This will be a long duration. Heavy snow expected. Total snow accumulations between 10 to 14 inches with higher amounts locally. Winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour. Oh, Jesus Christ. So we're going to get it. We're going to get a big storm. We gonna get it. Jack, everybody in chat, have a great night. Mark, Yo-Yo, and thank you for that. Peace, Bird, Wayne, all of you. And I wish all of you the best. And I'll see you guys, some of you later.